T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
You know the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, yeah. We chased our pleasures here, dug our treasures there, but can you still recall the time we cried? Break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side. I found an island in your arms, country in your eyes. Arms are changing, eyes are lying. Bring on through to the other side. Bring on through to the other side. Bring on through, oh yeah! Wait to see, we go eat, day to day, hour to hour, daily straight, deep and wide. Bring on through to the other side. Bring on through to the other side. Bring on through, bring on through, bring on through, bring on through. Hey, 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 hey.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw 'em! Good morning. If you haven't noticed the title yet, if you haven't noticed, it's my wife's birthday. I'm not telling you how old she is. She's young. She's real young. Young and beautiful. Björk, happy birthday, wife of Casey. Congratulations on being first today. I'm only going to run the show probably till about noon today, noon Central Standard Time, which is 3 hours earlier than normal. I'm going to take the wife out to lunch. So I'm going to end the show, I think, a little early today. Just kind of throwing it out there early. There's only a couple of you on here right now who will know about this, but I'll try to remind you guys throughout the day that I'm going to take off a little early. Not because of anything having to do with the market. Let's look what happened. 2 weeks process first. Nice. So the market closed last night. We've got this interesting little downtick right here, down to 1526. Not sure if that's just a misreporting. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes a crazy order that gets through there and then it pops right back up to where it was at. But traded mostly sideways. I'm pretty sure that when we ended trading, AMC finished exactly, which I thought was ironic, a little ironic, that it would finish exactly at what it was at closing, I think. I think it was a little, pretty sure. Let's see. Close 1567. Okay, it might have been a few cents down. No, it was 1568. So it was like just a couple pennies down. Opened up this morning to the European markets down, and then starting to try and crawl its way back up to where it started from. Pretty typical stuff here. Not anything we're strange to. Splinter says it was 100 shares that came from XBOS, and I will note volume right now is extremely low, only 18,000 shares in volume. I'm going to let you guys know real quickly that there's just 2 announcements. Froggy Styles will be doing an interview with me on Sunday. So I will be doing a Sunday 1 hour-ish. I usually try to keep the interviews to 45 minutes, but we almost always go long by at least 15 minutes. But, you know, I'll be doing a 1 hour show. I think we have it set for 3:45 Eastern Standard Time, or it'll be 2:45 my time. And it will be a live interview. So anybody who wants to come in and talk to Froggy or ask questions that either pertain to what I've been asking or anything you might want to ask in general, feel free to ask questions. We'll get to know Froggy, see what he's all about, and yeah, it'll be a good time. Then the second announcement is that I have an interview with Esther. Esther has agreed. Esther is the individual who I polled you guys yesterday to find out if you wanted to have an interview with Esther to talk about share dilution. and its effects on share price. I approached Esther in regards to having an interview. Esther has agreed to the interview. Tentatively, we have the date set up for next Wednesday. So I'm going to try to set up the interview for sometime during the trading hours of the day. So I will stop the show at some point and then restart the show as a dedicated 45-minute-ish period of time to where we do the interview on Wednesday. Probably if I was going to offer up a time, it would probably be at around like 11 Central Standard Time. I don't know. I don't think we have a time set up specifically for that day, but if I can recommend a time, I'm going to end up recommending sometime around 11 Central Standard Time, just because I know that's when a lot of people tend to watch or have a time or availability to be able to watch. 45 minutes, I think it will be a hard sell, I think. It's really hard, Björk, to really get to know somebody and like, because I understand what you're saying. Like a standard like YouTube video is like 12 to 15 minutes, I think. And I'm telling you, like, it's amazing to me how when I was younger, thinking about doing a 12 to 15-minute speech seemed like forever. But you can't get to know somebody in 12 to 15 minutes. So 45 minutes is kind of the amount of time it takes to really get to know somebody. You still end up rushing through the questions faster than I would. I always feel like I'm really, really rushed to end the show, the interview. So, um, Alex said, "Tell me to go back to work. AMC hasn't squoze. It's not my retirement time yet." Um, Pisces do rule. Pisces, I love my Pisces. Um, what was I gonna say? Uh, oh yeah, Alex, go back to work. I'm serious. No, I'm not even kidding. You're on the right track. Set up some price limits. Most brokers offer the ability to send you alerts when certain prices are hit. Set them up. Get yourself notified. Let it have your broker tell you when it hits 20. Have it tell you when it hits 50. Have it tell you when it hits 100. You know, and then you can just drop in or check it out when it hits those mile markers. And you don't have to sit here and continuously watch. You just don't. I'm I'm recording history. This is not a this is not a mandatory watch here, for sure. I'm doing the hard work for you. You just get to stop in anytime you want to. Peter says, I saw you on a live stream last night. Question, do you really think of AMC like Bitcoin in 2010? Um, wow, that's impressive. I don't even remember when or how long ago I said that, but yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. It's a very strong possibility that AMC could be like a Bitcoin. And so what I want you to think about is what would you if you knew you were holding Bitcoin, how long would you be willing to hold on to the stock for? If you knew that, if you truly knew that it could be worth like 50, $60,000, or I guess Bitcoin's only worth $39,000. It's still $39,000. How long are you willing to hold? Because if it takes a year or two and $39,000 is a possibility, would you hold it? Alex, don't have a good day. Have a great day. It's not a bad answer, Peter. It's not a bad answer. What you'd hold till it squeezes. I truly and honestly believe that there's a squeeze here. Um, I don't think that AMC necessarily has to play out like a long-term play. That's actually one of the topics that we're going to have to talk about when it comes to having the interview with Esther. You know, is the only way for a squeeze to happen like Tesla or a slow run like Bitcoin? Is that the only way, or is there possibilities for squeeze to happen in a very short period of time and explosive? And I do believe that it can happen explosive. It depends on how we approach this. It really does. I think the choice is in our hands. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys, before people start getting upset. I know Boris comes in here. Hey, Boris. Whenever I say your name, Boris, and if you're listening, whenever I say your name, I always think of a Russian accent. A Russian. Boris. Boris says, "Get to Ortex." No offense. It's just I don't know. Boris. What makes the difference between any stock and Bitcoin? A stock based on fundamentals, while Bitcoin is based on speculation. Supply and demand, Nosa. Really, it's supply and demand. And so long as, in my opinion, right? My opinion strictly, you know, she might be on here, Salty Dog. She might be on here looking at what people are saying. You don't know. She might be watching. What makes the difference between the stock and Bitcoin? Stock is based on fundamentals, while Bitcoin is based on speculation. So, right. Understood, but we're not playing this on AMC's fundamentals either, right? Like the fundamentals of AMC are not perfect. They're really not. The reason that this is supposed to work is because of the fact that we caught hedge funds trying to short it into bankruptcy with extremely large amounts of short interest open on the books. And that's not necessarily a fundamental. I don't think it would be. I don't know. I'd have to look up the definition of a fundamental, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily a fundamental. I might be wrong. I'll have to think about that one. I feel like that's more of a technical. I think AMC is a technical play, not a fundamental play. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. It's a technical play, not a fundamental play. Boris, hey man, I like the name. I really like the name. If there's, I told you guys, uh, oh man, why am I forgetting? Oh yeah. Remington Roy, my new nephew. I really like powerful male names. Like I really like the power name. It really packs a punch, and I think it kind of defines a character. And Boris is pretty powerful in my opinion. So, uh, yeah, just saying, I like the name. All right, so let's take a look at the numbers here. Again, Boris is watching. Boris is watching, and he's gonna he's gonna jump me here in just a second with his Macedonian strength. It is. It is Björk. Remington Roy. Doesn't it sound like it's very masculine, you know? I like it. It's got a good ring. Let me take you guys. Well, I haven't logged into Fidelity yet, of course. Pretty typical. Let me log into Fidelity real quick here, and we'll start taking a look at the numbers. I have to say this. If there's one thing that I have learned about asking Esther for an interview, is that sometimes asking somebody to talk about what it is that they believe to be true can reset the tone. Uh-oh. I think I just had my, oh shoot. I just had my phone send my password to the wrong person. Let me see here. I'm having my wife send me the passcode. I better not read it out loud. Okay. Almost there, Boris. I'm almost there. And Boris, by the way, I like it when you put me on track, just so you know. It's very, very easy for me to wander off into La La Land. And if there's anything that I appreciate more is when people steer me in the right direction. And so I do appreciate what you do. Moving a couple screens over, and then we'll take a look at all these numbers here. All right. Starting in the top left-hand side, price predictions. Let's see what we got here. 15.5 to 18.5 was mine. I did better. Finally, I'm on the board. Eric had 15 to 18, Keo had 1478 to 1778, and Monty had 1455 to 1755. We all got points yesterday. Every single one of us. I was the closest to not getting one. Eric's still on the hunt for the complete back-to-back week price predictions every single day correct. Short exempt volume. Actually, first I want to look at one other something before I move on to True Demons numbers here. I just want to look up something yesterday. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day yesterday. We ended up hitting 24.7, which is actually no, I'm sorry, 20. We hit 25.1. Interesting. Yahoo's now starting to report two different volume numbers, and I'm wondering if one is aftermarket hours and the other is, I think that's one's market close and the other one's how much traded after that. So market actually closed. If that's what this is, it's saying it's closed at 24.7 million. We got an additional like 4 million shares in the aftermarket hour, or yeah, sorry, not 4 million, 400,000 shares in the aftermarket hour. So it went up to 25.1 million shares traded for the day. So day over day, we had 35 million shares traded on Tuesday, and then we went down 10 million shares. So what would you expect to see on True Demons short exempt volume? Higher or lower of a number? Should be a little lower, right? 486,000. Now remember, SSR was tripped when it hit 486 with 35 million shares traded. With 10 million less and SSR not being on, let's see what it is. 40.3 thousand. 40.3 thousand. This is why short exempt volume is so important to track. Very, very, very important to track. 40.3 thousand shares. That to me is a massive sign of not of illiquidity. Illiquidity, is that a word? A lack of liquidity in the market. Major lack of liquidity in the market. 440,000 difference by 10 million shares less and no SSR. Here we go, Boris. You ready? Utilization. Drum roll. 100%. 22 days in a row of 100% utilization. Ortex is not currently reporting a short share interest of the free float. We'll have to come back to that and re-update that in a little bit here and see what it goes up to or what they calculated it out to. I'm going to refresh it one more time just to see. Okay, they're still not reporting. Moving on to off exchange. 49.94 and 14.44 were the last numbers of the day. 49.6 and 13.73 were the final numbers for the day. 49.6 being almost 2% lower than the 30-day average. And the EDGX is 1.4%, 1.4% higher than the 30-day average. So what's happening right now, guys, is that price discovery is being hidden into the ETFs. I don't want to say who, but somebody last night gave me a wonderful 45-minute video to watch. I don't know if it's okay for me to reveal who it was, but I want to provide the link to you guys. I'll do that a little bit later here. We'll talk about it if you guys remind me. I still need to start coming up with lists of things I need to talk about. Moving on. Let's try to update Ortex one more time. See what happens. See if they get the short share interest updated. No. Okay. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen. Institutional share ownership. Can you see it? Yes, you can. 187.9. We're kind of in the gray period for 13F filings, so we may not see a whole lot of change on this for about a week or so. So 187.9 million shares having being owned by institutions. I'm going to refresh it, and our new number is 187.924. Yay! That's the same number. Max Pain, $17. So we entered into the week at 18. 17 on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm going to go with 17 again today. It might drop to 16.50, but I'm going to go with 17. 17 it is. And let's check out the options. Scrolling down to the very bottom to see what we got here for institutional, probably long positions. Maybe some guys out there who might be gambling, or I like to call it our lottery ticket winners. At a $40 strike price yesterday, there was 9.8 thousand contracts. Today, there's 9.9. And let's see where our heaviest amounts of open interest is. At a $20 strike price, yesterday in open interest, we had 15.4 thousand contracts. Today, we have 15.7. And that's for the calls. And for the puts, wow, it's really, really close. All right, so $19 was the highest level of open interest that we had for puts yesterday. Today, we have a new number, and it's 15.5. So there was only a dollar spread between 20 and 19, indicating that we were more than likely going to finish this week out in between $19 and $20 range. With it dropping down to 15.5, that's going to drastically lower the estimate for where we will close out the week. So with 8.2 thousand contracts at 19 yesterday, there's now 7.6 thousand contracts at 15.5. So that means some of the open interest at 19 closed. 7.6. What does that put us at? 1775? Yeah, that's guesstimating about a 1775 close for the week now, according to the options. Moving over to the other page, let's take a look at our Ortex data. There's our utilization. Day, what was it, 22 now? Day 22 in a row. 100% utilization. Hold on a second. What's that? No, that was from my account. I have a choice to send it to you or to me. She thought I was checking on her account. I was like, no, I'm not touching your account, hon. Those are your shares. Let's see, on loan amount. On loan amount, what do we got going here? So day over day, we increased an on loan amount from 128.41 to 129.2. So almost a million shares added. Normally speaking, hold on one second, guys. Normally speaking, when we see about a million shares on loan go into effect, we see kind of like on loan average age per day kind of goes sideways. Let's check it out. Pretty much, it almost went sideways. The loans are so old that it kind of went more up than anything. So 73.92 to 74.11. I want to see more loans today, for sure, because I really want to see this continue to dip down further. Here's our short share interest of the free float. Let's see if this is today's data, March 9th. Okay, so for some reason they're not printing the number over here in the estimated current short share interest of free float box right there, but they do have the data over here, and it says that it's at 20.74. That's down from 21.06 yesterday. So it may not be printed here, but that's the number. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not in the top 10, neither is GME. Love you. Let's see here. AMC coming in at 25th. Our order ratio yesterday was lower than I like to see. I don't necessarily, this is not me saying that if it's less than 60/40 that we're definitely selling off in retail. It just, I don't like the fact, because you have to remember, guys, this is in orders, not in shares. So you don't know how big the orders are, but I think it's safe to make an assumption that if you have a 60/40 spread, that retail is more buying than selling. In this particular instance, we fell below those numbers. It's 57 to 43. Not terribly lower than those numbers. It's not like it's 50-50, and we've definitely had 50-50s before. Actually, we've had days where we've had less buying than selling. But there's definitely less buying pressure yesterday than normal. As far as GME goes, I do not see it on the list. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. Shares available to borrow. Uh, 300,000. Okay. So looks like we went this is very interesting. So I don't know if you guys remember from most of the days back, they've been replacing the shares in the available amount, and it's been driving up higher and higher and higher. But not this time. The most they replaced back was 750,000 shares, and they just borrowed 450 of it. It looks like they replenished the ETFs, but not by much. They only got it up to 2 million before taking out over a million on the ETFs. So do you remember how I'm telling you guys that they're pumping into the ETFs? I want you to see this. I want you to see this relationship. I'm telling you about the off exchange, and I'm telling you that we're seeing lower numbers in the off exchange, but we're seeing higher numbers in off exchange ETF price discovery. Then we start seeing ETF available shares growing, the amount of shares that they're using to be able to short the stock down. So what it seems to me like they're doing is that they're pumping shares into the ETFs to avoid price discovery, and then using those shares to pull them back out to loan to be able to do with however they choose. Again, a great video on this. I haven't finished the video yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they take it. But let me just calculate out here how many shares are loaned out of the ETFs. Okay, so pretty sure we're gonna have a low volume day today. Yesterday there was a borrow of 3.35 million. So far for the day today, it's 1.2. Fee for borrow is 0.8. Calls, 5.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. Out of the money, puts are 40.5 thousand contracts. SSR trigger price is 14.14. A couple of the markets in the eastern side of the world were a little bit down, but majority of the rest of them were up. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I'm kind of expecting the markets to be down today. We do have CPI coming in later today. I'm not sure exactly what time, and I think we're going to see a lot of volatility from that. I think some of this upwards pressure that you saw in the eastern markets was more than likely due to the fact that we were up so much yesterday. So a lot of sympathetic movement over there. If we go down, if we go down today with inflation, you can almost guarantee the rest of this is going to go red tonight. The VIX is, VIX doesn't trade right now. IWM is down 1.35 in the pre-market. Tesla is down 1.33. Amazon is up 4.88. Cinemark is up 4.67. Doge is down 3.95. Bitcoin is down 6.71, erasing all those great gains it had yesterday. GME is down 2.62. Hood is down 1.61, and AMC is down 0.95. Our total inflow versus outflow was a net positive, or more inflow than outflow, of $3 million. Just slightly under. It was like 2.8. Volume currently at 23.9 thousand for shares having been traded. If we were to do the pokey stick of volume right now, we would be at like 40,000, and I would have to give you guys a number of 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today. It's going to get super low here. Why is that showing up? There we go. What if it's a coil? The lower the volume gets, the tighter the coil gets sprung. The coil is unwound when the pressure gets too high, or the resistance of that coil coiling up becomes too strong and too uncontrollable, and the system breaks. That's what we're seeing have happen right now with volume decreasing the way that it is. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.59. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.74. On a 30-minute interval, we have more more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.62, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.86, which is very high, signaling that there's going to need to be a little bit of a cool off here short term. And I think that's it. Price is trying to recover itself back to 0 from yesterday's close. We're about 8 cents off. Oh, it says it right here. I'm trying to do the math in my head and it's right next to it. Oh boy, I'm tired. I gotta stay off those space calls. I keep falling asleep to those space calls and I gotta stop doing that. I don't think I get very good rest when I'm listening to space calls. My wife does the same thing for YouTube videos. She listens she listens to her favorite YouTubers and she lets them put her to sleep with them talking. And that's what I do. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. CPI comes out at 8:30 this morning. That's great. I would assume that's Eastern Standard Time, so that'll be 7:30. That'll be really early. That'll be super, super early. 30 minutes after 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of Volume. You know, I might stick around for that. I'm kind of curious to see what happens to the market rate around 7:30. I might not take my break as early as I usually do. Yep. There's a 15,000 share buy wall at 1565. What's the rush, Bjerk? What's the rush? You don't have to. I don't know. You know, I feel like I've browbeat you guys about mental health. So I really don't want to continue to browbeat you because it doesn't really help you at all to just have me sit here and tell you the same things over and over again. That's not very healthy either. So, you know, just there's not really a rush here. There's not. We have the upper hand. Look at it like this. This is, I don't know. I heard some of an analogy like this just the other day, but it was kind of spun a little bit differently. So I'm putting a Casey twist to this analogy. If you're a poker player and you have the best hand that you can possibly have, it's called the nuts. You have the nuts. Kick today. That's like my mug. Kick today in the nuts. When you have the nuts, you try to milk the table for as much money as possible. And how do you do that? You wait it out. You don't just throw your cards down and be like, I win, suckers, and then pull in the ante. You know what I'm saying? Where they just put in just the bare minimum amount of money. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. You wait. You wait for the right moment, and you wait, and you draw in the other players. You let them make the plays, and then when the time is right, when the pot's nice and sweet and it's beautiful, you get your tendies. There's not a rush here. Uh, you know what I'm gonna say, Bjork. The golden rules, man. This is why the golden rules are really super important. You got to take care of you, man. You got to take care of you and just take care of yourself. I, you don't have to say anything, Bjork. Just take care of yourself. We got this. You take care of you. Um, boy, I want to say your name correctly. Natnil. Just concerned about dilution. Understood. Um, I can guarantee you that I'm not going to have my mind changed. I've looked at share dilution as a possibility for causing a squeeze in the past. That was something, I've gone through a lot of different theories and thinking to see if there were things out there that would help us. Now, I will be upfront and say that I was against share dilution before that it was ever even offered in the first place, just because I kind of know how share dilution works. Um, and I feel like in general, I mean, look at what Bjork's saying right here. In general, the community wants this to happen quicker and faster than slow and long. And you have to kind of keep those things in perspective, right? Like, what's the general consensus among the community in regards to continuing this battle? And if you can't wait years and years and years for your money, and I'm not suggesting it's going to take years and years and years. I'm just saying that if you can't, then share dilution is probably off the table for you. Because I can guarantee you it's going to take a much longer time to get upwards price movement with share dilution than it will take. Uh, I'm not saying that there won't be price movement upwards with share dilution, but it will come at the cost of us continuing to have to battle buy and hold much much longer periods of time. 3/8 short exempt volume of 486,000 reported. Can you tell us about the 3/8 short? Okay, so Yishin, whenever SSR is triggered, um, that's when it's legally okay for market makers to create liquidity in the market. In fact, they're tasked with it. They are legally obligated to make or print synthetic naked shorts, and that's short exempt volume. So when you see that number drive up to some astronomical number, that's because short share exemption has tripped. Um, Also, what will cause that number to go up is also volume. Volume will also cause that number to go up as well. So um, it was 486,000 because SSR was tripped. That's a crap ton of that's nearly a 500,000 worth of synthetics created in a single day. Am I not motivationally? Am I not? I need to be more. I need to be more pumped up, I guess. Apparently. Hold on a second here, guys. I'm gonna pull up this video. Uh, Jeff, I like what it is you're saying. I don't, Bjork, it's not, I don't want you to think of it like that. Dilution doesn't necessarily lower price further, it's time. Dilution is time, right? It causes the elasticity of it will actually cause the price to go up. It will. I'm not sitting here telling you guys that it won't cause price to go up. Because when those shares do hit the market, somebody has to buy them. Somebody has to buy those shares. It will cause price to go up short term, but the price will fall back down, just like we saw from June, and it will continue to fall down and down and down and down. The coil will start uh, tightening up, and eventually that coil will snap and break. But if dilution occurs before the coil has a chance to snap and break, then the coil is just slowly unwound, right? And then it's our job to wind the coil back up again. More time. So you get a stair-stepping ladder action of long upwards movement upwards and share dilution. So the question is, with a company of this size in float, where we already have 516 million shares, how many more shares can we possibly issue and achieve the uh, same movement that, say, like Tesla did? It's about, if you look at Tesla, I think they're just a little over half of what we have, or double what we have, I think. Were they 1.03 billion, so just a little bit more than double what we have. And but of the 1.03 billion, there's only 843,000 or 843 million in the free float because there's a lot of institutional or a lot of insider ownership in that. But it's a lot of shares. It's going to be a lot of time. A lot of time. They did do splits. That's the other thing. Chris, more than anything, like for AMC, when AMC does share dilution, they always, so far, they've always issued the share dilution prior to the bump up in price. Worst time, worst time. You issue the shares after the bump up in price because then what happens is the company makes more money and they can get rid of their debt and start turning some of their fundamentals into good fundamentals, right? Yeah, and AMC has not released every single time AMC has released shares, they've done it at the worst possible time. Hmm. No, Björk, I don't think when you say all evidence points to them being in control, and of course this is one of those they things, right? Who's they? Who's them? Uh, I don't think so. I mean, it shows that they're in control of price, but that's about it. Because all the rest of the numbers look like we're in control. Short share interest is way up, utilization is way up, loans are through the roof. Short share interest of the free float is way up. I think I already said that the first one. So there's three. What's one of the fourth indicators? Cost to borrow hasn't driven up yet, but that will start going up the longer this plays out with 100% utilization. What else is there? Oh, days to cover. Days to cover will start driving up. That's another indicator. That's a huge indicator. I don't particularly care for that indicator, and I never talk about it because I hate it. It's a really stupid formula. All it is you just take the amount of shares on loan and divide it by how many average volume, 3-month volume, and then you get your days to cover, which is absolutely ridiculous. That's a dumb indicator because that just means the lower your volume, the more days it's going to take to cover. It means nothing, but it is one of the indicators. That's 4 different indicators. 4 indicators right there that are looking really juicy in our favor. Super, super juicy in our favor. Except for maybe the cost to borrow, but I don't think I listed that one. That would be the 5th one. They're looking great, and they look like we're in control. The only thing, Björk, that shows that we're not in control is the price, and the price is the spoon. There is no spoon. It's just to scare you. That's it. Headstock, your comment is like so ironic with your name. I don't know if I would necessarily try to make money in other plays while waiting for the big squeeze. I mean, it's your money, it's your choice. But if you're if that's if you're going to try and become a stock trader while you're hurting for money, you end up making bad decisions, right? Trying to become a day trader in the middle of financial problems, not a good idea. that's that's never a good idea. You want to keep emotions out of your plays in the stock market. This is why rule number 1 is so important with this play, especially. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. It's very, very, very important rule, because if you need those shares or if you need that money in the future, then then it's going to be tough for you to hold. Same thing with just having money and injecting into the market to be able to um, try to make quick side money. You're going to have emotions about that. Man, G, how's it going? Cutie Cut says, what is the spoon? Have you seen The Matrix? And the kid's like holding up the spoon, and then he's like, you just have to think that there is no spoon. The spoon is the price. It's bendable. Normally, when you look at the price, nice and hard, not going to bend. But in reality, I don't know if you guys can see that or not. I'm not probably doing it right. Looks like a bendable object. Do you see it? I don't know if you can see that or not. It's just part of a manipulation to try and get you to view something as being terrible, to get you to sell. And when it comes to Wycovian theory, it's a way for them to accumulate shares. We just had our pokey stick of volume at 22,000 shares. It looks like it's going to, that's on top of the 40, probably something K that was there. So we're only at 63,000. So I'm going to have to go 1030 on price or volume prediction for the day today. That's the lowest I can go. Man, G, thank you so much. one of the coolest things that I'm kind of curious how that looked now on the screen when I did that. I wasn't even looking to see. Let me see how that looks. Kind of looks bendable a little bit, doesn't it? I don't know. It's hard to say with a video. You guys have played the trick before. Come on. If you got kids, I know you have. You've made the spoon bend. Um, Thank you, Manjeet. You know, one of the coolest things about recording history is that you get to celebrate um, people's birthdays and have it on record as being part of history. It's kind of cool. Sammy says, "Why can't everyone see what you see, Shaw, regarding AMC? I dig your confidence. I'm more or less all in AMC." Mm, it's I don't know. Not everybody knows what to look for. That's probably the answer. Not everybody knows what to look for. They know enough. They know enough to know that there's something going on here, but maybe they just don't know exactly what they're looking for. And this is a great learning channel, so we get to learn together. How would a possible long-term bear market affect this? I think most bear markets start with a crash of some sorts in price, and a crash hurts liquidity in the market, and it hurts the margins that. Well, actually, it doesn't hurt liquidity. It actually probably grows liquidity. It hurts the margins that a lot of hedging companies hold. So if their margins become unable to be held, then they have to start selling off some of their positions in order to keep their margins. And that's where the market starts to become more and more bearish, right? They have to hold on to more money in order to keep their hedged positions from being unhedged, which is the margin call. So what we're really looking with a bearish slash market crash slash bear term market is the market crash comes first, and we're looking for the margin calls with the market crash. And then in regards to a bearish market in the future, we won't have to worry about that part. By that time, we'll be done with what it is that we're here to do. The question is are you going to stay and continue to fight for AMC and the market afterwards, or are you going to cut and run? That's your choice. It's your money. But I personally myself feel like I need to start or finish what I started. No, I'm not a stock genius, Sammy. I'm you. That's all I am. I'm you. I'm you with more time on my hands. I don't hate Lou, Matt. I don't hate Lou. Hate is such a strong word, and I use it so much. I don't hate Lou. I'm not going to watch it, Matt. I'm taking a stand. I'm taking a stand to avoid putting junk in my head. I don't need to hear what I know is already wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't need the entertainment. I'm in a fight. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm in a fight. And funny is great, especially when times are tense. Funny is great. It takes the edge off, and I get it. I totally get it. You got to find your humor somewhere else, though. because whatever you put into this thing right here is what you're going to get out of it. So what are you going to feed your brain? It's the choice you're going to have to make, Matt. And I'm choosing to feed my brain good information. I'll find my humor somewhere else, non-related to this stock, because this stock is the fight. I'm going to find my humor someplace else. I agree, Sammy. MCon, thank you for wishing my wife a happy birthday. Danny says, you missed my birthday in January. Maybe we will still be in the squeeze next January. It's okay. Oh, why didn't you say something? Yeah, I don't hate Lou. I used to watch Lou all the time. I did a long, long time ago. The first thing that he ever said that stopped me from watching him and unsubscribing was when he said that he was no longer going to cover AMC, and that because AMC all the DD was done, and that he was going to move on to other stocks and covering other stocks. And I was like, hell no, I'm not watching you anymore then, because AMC's. I am a huge proponent of the DD is never done. There we will be pouring over the DD for decades after the play is over, and it will become a historical artifact with new discoveries being made all the time. So the DD is never done, and so that pissed me off, and so I left. And then I came back to Lou. I came back because I was like, everybody kind of like chills out after a while. You're like, let's see what Lou's saying. And I went back and I kid you not, I logged into one of his I think it was one of his live streams. I don't know if it was live or if it was pre-recorded, but I clicked on the video. I went in there, and like less than a minute, and he says, he says, we need to stop calling ourselves apes. I was like, unsubscribe, leave. I was like, no, no, Lou, I can't anymore with you, man. I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this with you anymore. So, so I'm just, I know, I know who Lou is. I know who Lou is. I know what he has to sell, and I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for saying happy birthday to her. I missed it. Ooh, EJ. Yes, yes. I feel like Morpheus. Yes, EJ. The what is it? Why did I just blank on the blue pill or the red pill? Yeah, man. I mean, there's gonna be some really good stock plays out there with a bear market. Now, I will say this though, EJ. Uh, One of Trade Collins' worst interviews ever was with the Wolf of Wall Street. Go watch it. Watch how much better Trey's gotten over time on doing interviews. But go back and watch that, and he has a message for us. You can pick out a message in what the Wolf of Wall Street had to say. And there's some history to that interview. But what I want you to get out of it, if you do watch it, you don't have to. I'll just tell you what it is. But what he tells us is that one of the things he says is that everybody can make money in a bull market, but only the professionals make money in a bear market. The people who know what they've been doing or how to make money in a bear market. So be careful. It might take you some time to see some money in a bear market, But I'll tell you one thing for sure. This whole buy and hold exercise that we're doing right now is going to strengthen you in ways that you will not even possibly appreciate until after you get into a bear market. It'll be so much easier to buy and hold stocks in the market when in a bear market and let them ride for years. Just let it ride, not even look at it. It won't even phase you. And then suddenly, when it flips out of a bear market into a bull market, you will make more money than you will ever possibly imagine. You are being conditioned right now to be one of the world's best stock traders. Buy and hold, Warren Buffett. That's his number one strategy, buy and hold. It is. It's not, I'm not kidding you. He buys a stock and he holds it. That's it. That's it. He puts a lot of money behind it and he just sits on it. I was on that. Thank you, Peter. I will thank her for you. Headstock says, I want to take both pills. Man, you're asking for a trip. I can't. Can you imagine if Neo had picked both pills? What would have happened? Did you know? Did you guys? I want to give you guys a little history because Bedonki Song says I felt so bad for Trey, the Snake of Wall Street, is straight out criminal. I did too, man. I felt like because I know that Trey paid money for that. He paid like 10 grand or something for that interview. It might even been 20 grand. Worst 20 grand he probably felt like he ever spent. But did you know? Interesting fun fact here. Did you know that they had an interview that they recorded, and the Wolf of Wall Street's lawyers watched the video and then told them they had to re-record the video because they couldn't use some of the stuff that was said in the first video, and that Trey was caught off guard with some of the things that the why am I drawing a blank on his name? Jordan Belfort Bell. I always screw up his last name. Belfort. I don't know. The Wolf. He said things that Trey wasn't expecting him to say in the second interview, and it completely caught him off guard. And I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Interesting fun fact though. Belford. That's it. Jordan Belford. Belfart. I prefer Belfart better. I know. Oh, I know, Thick. You guys want to know another interesting little fact? Because I'm a poker player and I watch for tells. Trey has a tell. I don't know if you guys. I love this one. It's one of my bet. It's one of my. I want to play cards with Trey sometime. I'll play some Texas Hold'em with Trey sometime because I know what his tell is. Don't ever tell him I said this. But Trey's he has a tell, and he sniffs when he's unsure about himself. When he says something that he's not completely sure about, he goes like that. Watch for it. Watch for it, especially in the interviews. He does it really, really, really bad in the interviews because one, I think he's a little bit nervous, and so because his confidence level may be coming down just a tad bit because of the interview, it causes him to have that sniffing reaction after he says something because I think he's having a little self doubt or a little inner self doubt going on when he says what it is that he says, and so he has that sniff. Uh, it's a really funny tell. I love it. It's probably one of my favorite things about Trey is that sniff. That his sniff is just something I it's a fun little um, thing that he does. I don't know. Yep, but he'll do it. He goes like that, and I think he kind of turns his head a little bit, or he does something. He does something. I can't remember exactly what it is, but like that, or I don't know. You'll see it. You'll know what I'm talking about. And let me let me get this straight with you guys. Trey does a great job. He does a great job. I wouldn't even try to imagine myself in his shoes and doing what he does and trying to do a better job. I'm not saying I could do better. I'm just saying I'm just critiquing from a critiquing standpoint and not I'm not I'm Monday morning quarterbacking here. So don't insinuate me saying that I can do better than Trey can. Not by any means. Yeah, watch for a sniff. It's fun. It's fun to watch. To me, it tells me that he's a little self doubt about whatever it is that he just said. So anytime he says something and then he sniffs at the end of it, he's either unsure about what he said or he's having a little bit of self doubt about what he said. Morning, Porter. I feel like there's something I'm missing right now that I needed to cover. Oh, yes, I wanted to give you guys this link. Somebody sent this to me last night. I don't want to say any names because I just don't like calling people out like that without asking. But somebody did send me a link. Let me find it real quick here. I think this might be it. Yep, pretty sure this is it. Yeah.
What actually drives that? Was it?
I would love to watch this, only it's 41 minutes long. I would love to watch this live with you guys on the show here, but it's 41 minutes long and it could be kind of dry. I highly recommend this. In fact, I recommend this video so much, and I haven't even finished it yet. I haven't even finished the video yet, but I highly recommend this so much. I'm pinning it to the top today because for what I have watched of it so far, I'm telling you guys right now that, oh, huh. Apparently, I watched 38 out of the 41 minutes of the thing, but I don't feel like I got that far into it. No, I know I didn't. It's saying I'm 38 minutes into this, but I'm looking at it and I'm seeing slides here that I didn't see. Watch this video though. I'm for whatever portion of it that I did get through, I can tell you right now that it is an amazing video. Oh shoot. And I just realized because I had this video open, I have not seen the Game Theory Crazy Rich Asians yet. I need to watch that on one of my breaks today, so I will probably go watch this right after I get off here. Let's check the SPY out real quick. Okay, so you're questioning if it makes it under that, is it going to be a major market crash? Let me look at it. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. All right, so we kind of had a descending parallel channel going on here, and it broke out of that to stay inside of the wedge. It almost completely broke out of this wedge that we had going here, and of course I know this looks like a breakout right here. I want to show you something. I want to show you something. This is actually, I had not thought about this, and I have not checked this headstock, but do I buy covered calls? No. Somebody asked about CPI. It's supposed to be at 7:30. I think Sandy told us 7:30, so about 9 more minutes. This is a very interesting point that I want to bring up here. And if you notice, I put in a line here on 128 for the SPY. It's where I noticed that there was a change in how the market was trading. I want you to see this headstock. This is really, really huge, and I appreciate you for bringing this up because I had not come back to make this correlation yet. But what I want you to see is this. I want you to see this wave pattern happening. Do you see this wave pattern happening as it's falling down here? And here's the wave starting to come back up again. So you got, it might help if I put this in a line. Do you see the wave here? Do you see where you can tell the trend is going down, but you can see that there's attempts to try and have the price drive back up here. This attempt right here that broke out of this descending parallel channel, I think, is the last attempt to try and keep this inside this wedge before it breaks out going down really super hard. And let me show you why I think that. If you go to the VIX, it's the volatility index of the CBOE, Chicago-based options exchange. This is what I call this the run for the hills indicator. This is on a weekly interval, so each one of these candlesticks is a week long worth of data. 4 ascending red candlesticks. Never seen that. I'm naming this Run for the Hills. 4 red candlesticks going up, run for the hills. But this is the interesting part that I really want you to note here is, let me see if I can, I'm going to draw this. I want you to see more specifically than anything is this upwards trend on the blue line on the vortex indicator. That was like the worst possible straight line I could make. But look at the upwards trend on the vortex indicator. That's buying pressure. Buying pressure is slowly rising. And look at that same wave pattern in selling pressure. Now remember, the VIX is the opposite of what the market's going to do. So if the VIX goes up, the market's going to go down. So supreme volatility, right? So if buying pressure on the VIX means stock market going down, and then this is the selling pressure on the VIX getting wider and wider and wider, and this is the last attempt to try and cross back over that red line, it may not make it. It may not make it back across that red line. And if it doesn't, and the buying pressure continues to stay higher than the selling pressure, and the selling pressure goes away on the VIX, the volatility in the market is going to be so massive that it will outpace 2002's crash. Sorry, not 2002, 2020's crash of COVID, and it will outpace 2008's crash back here, and we'll likely see one of the highest or largest VIX numbers we have seen in its recorded history since 1997. We're already past the negative speed line. The level at which we're seeing the numbers at right now, when we were at 38, just right back here, when we were at 38, when we crossed the speed line here, that 38 level is higher than the pre-levels going into the run-up in 2008, which were at 37. It's not looking good for our market. So, I don't know. That's good news for AMC. Bad news for everybody else. Steroid says, can I look at MVIS? I can. This is on a daily interval. I don't really comment on other stocks, but I do look at them, Steroid. And if there's specific data that you want to see, I'm definitely willing to entertain showing it to you. If there's specific data that you want to see. I have no idea what CPI is going to be. Um, what did we say? Did we say it was 7 in 2008? I think it was 7. Was it 7 or 8 in 2008? I can't remember. You know, balaclava. Okay, if that's supposed to be baklava, you're saying it wrong. Just letting you know. Balaclava, or I'm just going to call you trader because it's probably easier. Do I think that it will pump hard again if the oil will pump again hard if the market has a correction? We actually looked into that. We looked into that, and when I say we, I'm talking about AP and myself. We had that question ourselves to see if there was some kind of oil translation into how the market's being impacted and whatnot. I think they're completely unrelated. Um, AP says happy birthday, and a lot of other people too. I'll have to read them all to you later. But yeah, oil seems to have a different there's a different correlation there entirely. I don't think it's related to the market completely. Like it's separate. I think what you're having going on right now with oil is specifically energy related and having to do with the war. So I think it's completely separate. It's kind of odd how it's all kind of working in with what's going on right now. I have not covered the Ichimoto. Peter, just real quickly, is that a market crash causes margins to be tightened, and when the margins are tightened, margin calls start happening, and that means that they have to sell their positions in the market, their long positions in the market, and when they sell their long positions in the market crashes further and further and further, and eventually they have to liquidate. Let's look at Ichimoto real quick here, and then I'm going to take a break. And we have CPI reporting in 1 minute. If somebody wants to check that out for me while I check Ichimoto, we'll look at that real fast. And let's get rid of everything else on here. But Donkey Kong says happy birthday. Oh, it was 5.6. Why did I think it was 7 back in 2008? Wow, if it's 8 now, balaclava. Man, I think I'm saying it right. Balaclava. If it turns into 8 today and it was 5.6 in 2008, what I just said about the VIX is going to probably turn out very, very true. Very true. All right, so here we go. This is the 1 hour Ichimoto. And of course, guys, if you're new to the channel, we've changed the name. It's really the Ichimoku. We know it. It's just more fun to call it Ichimoto. So on the Ichimoto cloud here, what you have is that we're on we're nearly inside the cloud, and the conversion line actually did cross over as of yesterday to above the baseline, which is good. and the lagging line started to cross it crossed the price line back here, and it's starting to cross it again. However, currently you can see that the conversion line just crossed back below the baseline, which shows that we probably are going to be heading back down. And as you can see from the futures on the cloud, it tried to flip over to green, and then you can see it going back to red again, more red cloud. So you could potentially see price move up into this range just slightly above the cloud for tomorrow, but then maybe quickly fall back down after cross the cloud like briefly and then come back down. So probably not a whole lot of strength looking right here, and certainly not. I mean, if price moves up today and up and into the cloud, which I'm not expecting, but if it does, if price moves back up and into the cloud here today, you could potentially see this flip back over and just be just a tiny little bit of blurb of red and then turning over into green. Taking a look at it from a 4-hour. So price is below the cloud. Conversion line is well below the baseline, but trending upwards. And then you have lagging line below the price line. So we would have to see numbers in like the 17 and 18 range. I'm just going to say 1850. You need to see on the 4-hour, you need to see something over 1850 in order for this to become a strong buy signal on the 4-hour. On the 1-hour, let's go back to it and just see if that confirms. On the 1-hour, it's not as strong. In fact, tomorrow it actually drops much lower to a $16 level. So, but today it's at 16 and a half. It'd need to be a 16 and a half or higher. Hey, I'm cool with it, Danny. I'm cool with it too. I think it's funny. The Ichimoto, I mean. I would suspect it's a great question, Peter. As a wonderful question. Let's look historically at the VIX. I think that's something that I really wanted to know too a week or so ago. Historically, with the VIX, the volatility. This is the 2008 crash. You can see here that the volatility index had one. This is on a weekly indicator here, so each one of these candlesticks is a week long. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks before 4 weeks. It took a month. It took a month for the price for the volatility to hit its peak. So you could go to the DJI and check it to see what it looks like. It was 18 at the beginning of the week, Alex, but max pain changes on a daily basis. And now it's 17. CPI is 7.9. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. That's insane. Hey, there's my wife. She's in here. This is my wife, guys, right here. She said, "Thank you, everyone." All right, I'm gonna go have donuts. Gonna go have some donuts, maybe some more coffee. So I will see you guys. Thank you for sharing that, Einstein. You know what? I think this has been a long time waiting. Congratulations, Einstein. This means we have to talk now. It means we have to talk now. So be careful. With great responsibility. Oh, I said it backwards. What is it? With great responsibility comes great something. I don't know. Don't F it up, man. Man, that's crazy. I don't know how the markets don't just absolutely go red now. All right, well, with that, I'm going to leave you guys to enjoy the rest of your morning while I take a break and eat some donuts. Thank you. I couldn't think of it, Peter. I don't know why. It's my brain. I'm like Willy Wonka over here. With great responsibility comes great power. Strike that. Flip it. Wait, what? Who said I love you? Iron Man? Oh, Iron Man. I love you 3000. 3000. I said 3. You know why they're keeping it up, Donkey Kong? They don't want it to crash on their watch. They don't want it to crash on their watch. And it's going to end up making things worse. You know, my dad had a saying, if you have to eat a shit I just screwed it up already. If you have to eat a shit sandwich, take big bites. Don't try to stave off a shit sandwich with little tiny nibbles. It's just going to take you longer to get through it. You just bite into that thing and you chomp it down and you get it down as fast as you possibly can. Get it done and over with. Rip it off like a band-aid. Just rip it. Rip it off. Because the only way you get to healing is by having the pain first. And they're just going to make this worse the longer they prolong it. All right, guys, I'm heading out. See you guys back at 8:15, just 15 minutes before market open, and I'll give my price predictions. Crime price index. Nice. Alrighty, I'm back. Keto, I've got you down for 1513 to 1813. Did Monty put his prediction in earlier this morning? I didn't see it if he did. You know, I went onto the Macedonian's stream last night, and he had, um, oh shoot, Tony Denaro, and I forget what the other guy's name was. I think I may have seen the other guy once before, maybe in a video, but I wasn't really sure who he was. And then there's quite a few there's quite a few big names in the chat area, but what was I gonna say? Um, it was good seeing you guys there. First off, I really like actually being on the same side as the rest of you guys on the side of a chat message because you know I feel like I'm with you guys. Okay, here we go. Monty, 1444 to 1744. Just found it. 1444 to 1744. Thank you, Monty. Thank you, Keto. I need to figure out my price prediction here. I think today's going to be a red day on the market with the CPI being the way that it is. I don't necessarily think margin calls happen today. So I tend to think that we're going to be down for the day to day, especially with the idea that one of the lowest percentages that we have for seeing a green day is when we have a green day on a Wednesday. Thursdays are like a 13% chance of being green, which is horrific. It's a horrific number. So knowing that information, knowing that CPI is coming out, knowing that that's probably going to tank the entire market, and even though the eastern side of the hemisphere was mostly green, I think that was sympathetic to our price movement yesterday. I don't think that they knew it, you know, they obviously didn't have a idea that the CPI data was coming out or what it was going to be. I'm sure they knew it was going to be bad, but the positive movement on the eastern side. Normally, I kind of see this as like an indicator for how today's going to turn out for us, but I think it won't be the case. I think today's going to be pretty red. Um, so I'm going to guess how red? How red? How red? How red? Will they trip SSR? Let me just see what that would be, just because I don't know off the top of my head. 1414 is SSR. 1414. Cryptocurrencies are really down. It's possible. 14 to 17 is my number. And I haven't gotten a text from Eric just yet. CSI. CSI, the common investor. Thank you. I don't think it was, well, I didn't stay the whole night, Cody, so I don't think it was Pantheon. I think Pantheon was in the comment section. Definitely said hi to Pantheon. The Macedonian saw me, referenced, said hi, said bye. It was kind of cool. It's kind of weird to me, somebody who doesn't even know you saying hi and bye. It's like, oh, well, nice to meet you. Uh, yeah, it was weird. I guess apparently, you know, you guys talk really highly about me out there, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, This is all new to me. CPI numbers are tabulated in February before energy prices went crazy, which means it's probably worse now. David, I'm not going to go there. And no, I'm not going to go there, man. I think you need to pump your head with knowledge, not just ideas. I'm not even going to say the name. What do you make of the low volume and price increase yesterday? So ABC, as far as price movement goes, anytime volume is low, price is easily manipulated both up and down. And notice that I'm saying manipulated because it really is. It is manipulated both up and down. And I believe that the derivatives market, those who are lending shares and those who are market makers want to see max pain kind of be the number that we hit because they make the most money from it. If they can drive down price and lower max pain, that's ideal. And we started out this week with max pain at 18. It's now $17. And I had suggested that we would close this week out somewhere within $1 of max pain. So as it stands, max pain has been adjusted, right? It's adjusted down from 18 down to 17. So now we could close somewhere between 16 and 18 to close out this week. If price continues to fall more, that max pain will fall further, meaning that the closing price or value for the end of the week could be on either side of that max pain value. That's where they make the most money. Buck, it's not a matter of me liking somebody. I can tell you what, if you're talking about Leo, I've had some major issues with some of the things that he said. And if he would like to debate me about those, or have a discussion about some of his topics, I'd be willing to entertain it. Absolutely. I don't agree with where he's coming from. I don't like some of the standpoints, some of the ideas that he's had out there. I've even covered on the show because I so adamantly disagree with what it is that he has to say in regards to price targets. Fundamentally, some of the things that he's saying as far as like where you sell or like a selling type structure is sound information, but the idea of having price floors or targets is a bad idea. And I want you guys to remember that. Remember when I say that I'm not attacking people, I'm attacking ideas. In my opinion, we're all in this together. And just because you may feel differently than I do about a certain topic doesn't mean that we're wrong. It just means that we have a differing opinion and that is an opportunity for one of us to learn, or maybe even both of us. There may be some sides or parts to an idea that you're right about and other parts you're wrong about, and I might be right on my side on some parts and wrong on others. So somewhere you have to find a common ground in between and find the truth, right? Because like they always say, there's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth. And the truth is usually in the middle, somewhere. Max Payne is not a person. Max Payne is it's just a calculation of the options to find the middle ground, and you can find it's just simply a calculation of checking the total amount of open interest on the options chain and then finding the middle ground. It's a median. Thanks, James. I'll let her know. Yesterday, you were stating that there was little to no drama in your room, one visit to the TD and mass attack show, and look at us. I don't feel like we have any drama right now, honestly. Like, I really don't feel like we have any drama. I feel like we're pretty drama free in here. Thank you, Mohammed. She said she's going to go through the comments later. She already came on once today, and if you see her, the name that shows up on here is Melissa Went. So when you see her, that's her maiden name. So when you see her, you can say hi. All right, guys, it's time to start the morning kickoff to the day, open market trading hours. It's a secret, Bird Eye. She's watching now. I can't say. I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you guys tomorrow. All right, let's get this market started here. Oh, and looks like Eric just came through with his price prediction. He's got let's see what he's got here. 1450 to 1750. Let's kick the day off here. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
You know the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, yeah. We chased our pleasures here, dug our treasures there, but can you still recall the time we cried? Break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side. I found an island in your arms, country in your eyes. Arms and changes, eyes and line. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through. Oh yeah! Wait to see, we don't need day to day, hour to hour. Days straight, deep and wide. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through, break on through, break on through, break on through.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Yes. CPI data is already out, guys. CPI data is showing 7.9%. Thanks to Einstein. Einstein came through with the numbers, and 7.9%. I have not verified any of the information from previous, but somebody else was mentioning that we were at like 6 point something. Let me see what it was. 6 point something, I think, when we had the 2008 crash. It's pretty bad. Super high numbers. So like I was saying earlier today, definitely going to see some red market today. We'll get caught up in that. I almost can guarantee you the fact that we'll get caught up in that. It's very difficult not to. Good morning, Dennis. But what I really loved was what somebody said in here. Who was it? What dip? All I see is a discount by Mohammed. This is a fire sale. Buy one. It's not buy one get one. It's buy one get thousands free. Because they'll be worth thousands later. So yeah, buy one get thousands free. 7.9 is in line with expected. I don't think that makes it any better. I feel Einstein I feel like we're cruising on the Titanic of a market, right? And the difference is that we're one of the unfortunate lucky ones that are sitting in a lifeboat because we already know it's gonna sink. We've been sitting in life. It's like as soon as we hit the iceberg, we piled into a lifeboat and we were just waiting, even though they hadn't signaled for everybody to get into lifeboats yet. And we just been sitting here waiting, like, when's it gonna happen? We know it's coming. Here it comes. I feel like we're some of the few luckies that get to be in the lifeboat. Never thought of it like that, though. It's the first time I ever thought about it like that, Einstein. So far, most everything is down. The only thing up right now is Amazon. Surprisingly, Amazon's managing to hold a 3.7% upwards momentum. Most of the market taking a pretty hard swing down. $20 to 1 split. Oh, on Amazon, they made that announcement. Fine timing. CEI is up 14%. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Jeff. I don't doubt it. I was looking at that one. Yeah, that is a huge announcement on Amazon's part. Uh, what a time to be announcing as a 20 to 1 split. Just want to look at the daily real quick on this. So just to give you guys a little bit of history, I've been watching Amazon's price since Jeff Bezos stepped down as the acting CEO of the company. And at the time when he stepped down, the day that he stepped down, it was, and I didn't write down the date, but the day that he stepped down, I wrote down mentally the price in my head. It was $3,500 a share. So this is down quite a bit since he stepped down. 3,500 a share would have been, this might have been the spot right here where he stepped down. So it would have been like July of last year, late July or August of last year. That's probably the gap down right there from where he stepped down as CEO. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something really, really kind of neat. This was something that I saw them talking. Massalorian, Tony Denaro, and CSI were talking about this last night. One of the things that they had mentioned was that image, that tweet that Adam Aaron had pulled up about ink blots that he'd kind of tweeted out, right? I'm going to show you something real quick here. I think we had talked about it here on the show. Here we go. We had talked about it here on the show, this picture right here. And somebody had mentioned the queen. This isn't, I started looking at that more. I don't think it's a queen. I think it's a bishop. I think that's more of a bishop than it is a queen. Which is interesting because in the chess world, a bishop knight checkmate is a thing. And so the other point is that this is not a dollar sign because that would have two lines through it, so it could be a dividend offering. So bishop knight checkmate to a dividend. There's that thought process. However, I'm going to show you something else here real quick, just to kind of excite you a little bit. Take a screenshot of this. I have not fact checked this. I have not fact checked this yet. So, don't crucify me if this is. I'm gonna try and duplicate this information here. But this was put out by somebody on AMC stock, which I love. I love AMC stock. It's one of my favorite places to get information. But the Rorschach test is a projective psychological test in which subjects' perception of ink blots are recorded and then analyzed using psychological interpretation, complex algorithms, etc. Some psychologists use this test to examine a person's personality characteristics and emotional functioning. And if you know anything about ink blot tests, they basically put like a ink on the paper, fold it in half, and then open it up so you have like a dual image. And so what you have here is you have AMC's stock price, right? And then what appears to be a Rorschach test of that right here, making an image that is very similar to our bishop over here, potentially indicating that we're at the end or very near the end of this movement. That once this completes out, that we should be seeing the money, is what they're suggesting. I don't know how you want to look at it. Bishop Knight checkmate to a dividend, or Rorschach. This kind of deals with the whole Rorschach test. who I'm not really sure, but kind of cool. I like this theory because it does play into the Rorschach test. However, I will say this though. Back to the Bishop Knight. I believe that if you looked at the original picture that was here, let me go back to Adam Aron's. Volatility super high. Let me go back to Adam Aron's tweet. The original picture that Adam Aron used. Let me see if I can find that. Batman. Let me see if I can find this real quick. The original picture, I'll just state what it is because I'm still looking for the original picture. But the original picture has two buildings at the bottom, and I think if you were to normally if you were to fold the paper in half, you would see those two, like the buildings kind of look like a mirror image, but the bishop replaced one of the buildings at the bottom of the screen. So there was the idea that the reason he was trying to get people to look down at the bottom of the screen by saying that it didn't match. The ink blot didn't match on one side, which was the bishop. And I can't find the original picture, but I'm not looking that hard either. Well, basically this. This is, I believe, in the original picture. Um, there was another building right where this bishop is that almost looked like this one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So the bishop replaced a building that was there. So almost like the Rorschach part of that was to let you know to look for something that where the ink blot didn't match. So speculative. A lot of people reading into things, you know. I don't try to put too much faith in any of that stuff. I like numbers. I like green numbers. I like them large. No. Uh, I'd like to give credit to somebody who posted the YouTube video that's pinned at the top today. Only I haven't asked for permission, so if they wanna out themselves, they're here. Uh, you're more than welcome to take credit. Man, Tano, I'm I'm gonna say um, actually it's probably Tano. Uh, I think the cryptocurrency is like the wild wild west. And I think that hedge funds use cryptocurrency for pump and dumps to try and gain um, to rob people of their money. And I think it's a very dangerous place to put your money right now. Duncan. Yeah, I personally myself would stay clear of cryptocurrencies, but it's not my money, it's your money, it's your choice. I mean, here's the deal. Like, we basically sat there and watched the Jerome Powell confirmation hearings, and at least three senators that I can think of were just laying into cryptocurrency as being super super bad, and you could tell the attitude of our government is that cryptocurrency needs to end. It's being used for uh, skating taxation. It's being used for crime. It's being used by Russia for laundering money. They're just adamantly against it, and they let Jerome Powell basically know like they're done. They're done. And then within a week, President Biden signs he signs a presidential act to look into creating an American cryptocurrency and negating cryptocurrency, like which sounds like to me like they're gonna basically like outlaw cryptocurrency. I don't it's all preliminary as of right now, but it scares the crap out of me if I was in crypto. Real rugged guys is the was the origination for the pinned up video for today. Again, it's like a 40 something minute 41-minute video. I haven't finished it yet. It's really really difficult for me to sit through like 41 minutes of a video. But there's 41-minute video there, and if you guys want to take a look at it, it is really, really helpful. From what I can ascertain so far that I've seen of it, it does a great job of analyzing how ETFs are used in the stock market to short a stock. Doctor, I saw your message. Is it beyond? Excuse me. Is it beyond notifications? And let me see here. I don't know. I mean, I'll post this up here so people can see it, but I don't know if I necessarily. Here's another. Do you see how far we can take this? Suggesting this is the moon. This is $18 here. This is $72, and then this is MOASS. Um, and then this is the moon. Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. It's no less possible than any of the others that I showed. So here is. Oh, this isn't the original picture. This is just okay. I found it very odd too. I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but on the right-hand side of the picture, there's a white line that goes down here. Um, if you're gonna go and edit a picture to this extent, I find it very odd that you would leave a white line on the right-hand side. I don't know why. I mean, they obviously edited the photo quite a bit, so why would you leave that white line in there? I don't know. Something's weird about that to me. It was extremely easily digestible, rugged. It's not that the content wasn't easily digestible. It was more I don't I don't have the patience to sit through it. Thank you, ABC. I'll let her. She's been taking a look at the comments from time to time. Um, More importantly than anything, you guys are going down in recorded history as saying happy birthday to her, and I appreciate that. They're all very. I mean, there's every single one of those different ideas, Doctor, all have their merits, which is funny to me because the reason I'm laughing is because that's the exact point that Adam Aaron's trying to make is that there's a lot of different ways you can spin something, right? If you just throw enough things up in a picture, tell people that there's clues or mysteries inside of it, um, maybe there's nothing. Maybe you could just throw random things up in a picture and people will make stuff up. Not yet, Bird Eye. It's still at 100%. I I think it's funny that you said 99% because we did have a 99% before the June run up. I feel like that's maybe why you're referencing the 99%. 22, yes, 22 days is correct. Aldo says, I promise to help clean your backyard after the MOASS party, Miss Shaw. Happy birthday. That's funny. It's never complete, Dr. Zeno. Never. Yeah, let me just show you guys what Bird Eye is talking about real quick here, just because I want you guys to see this. It is kind of interesting to see. I don't know. I kind of like these. I love charting. I absolutely love charting. It's what I spent most of my life doing for a living. And um, what he's specifically talking about here is this utilization dip just before the rip in June of last year. You can see the dip. It was actually running at 100%, and then it had two double dips down to 99.74, 99.75. stayed at 100% a little bit, and then had a dip in utilization just before it started ripping. The other thing that I'm going to add in here is security lending volume. I want you to note here that the security lending volume had a spike, one of the largest spikes that it had pretty much historically the highest one ever just before the rip. How long before? It was actually only, what are the dates on this? May 18th was when it spiked. May 18th, and then price started ripping by May 24th. So how many days is that? How many trading days? It was just under a week. But the reason that I bring that up is because we had that huge spike in security lending back here. But we've already gone 22 trading days since. And we haven't seen any other major spikes since then. Which again, that tells me that somebody's holding on to the kitchen sink somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Somebody's waiting for this price to start spiking. My guess is they'll probably use it on the way up and not necessarily push down on the front, like front running. Because, if you think about it monetarily, right? If you were holding on to 70 million shares, because that's how many the security lending was for. If you were holding on to 72 million shares, would you want to sell them into the market right now? Or would you rather sell them when they're worth $70 a piece, or I don't know, make up some random number, but something much higher than where we're at right now? Where would you rather sell those into the market? And I'm almost positive you would agree that that would be at a much higher price. No, they're not. I would look at it a little bit differently, ABC. No. First off, they have to. I have to dive into this like 2 minutes, and I don't know if I can cover this in 2 minutes. So let's talk about what it is that you just said after I get done with the numbers, ABC. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. Actually, what I'll do is I'll do it when we go over the Ortex chart. What I'll show you is that they're making money off of loaning shares, and the more hedge funds loan, the more money they make. So they're front running. They're front running the squeeze with profits, right? And not only they're making money on the loans, but they're making money on the derivatives as well, because they keep pushing the price to points to where nobody makes money on either side except for them and the market makers, and that's it. So they're making money. They're making fistfuls of money right now off of this play, but they're making money on the front side. And if you understand traditionally how the stock market works, the idea is you want to consistently be making money. You don't ever want to count on a huge price spike or a huge price drop. You're always trying to make money off the market. So they're going to try and make money now. In their mind, if the stock squeezes, I'm not saying from my perspective, but from their perspective, if the price squeezes, they're thinking, then they'll make money on the way up. And if the price falls down after that, they'll make money on the way down. So they're going to make money everywhere. Well, they that when people are saying they're bleeding, they're talking about hedge funds, not. So I'm talking about BlackRock and Fidelity, Vanguard, all the long institutions, not the short hedge funds. So when people say that they're bleeding, and they are bleeding, the hedge funds are most definitely bleeding. They are losing money. Now, you have to remember Citadel happens to be a market maker too. So while they're bleeding, they're also making money. But Citadel's the only one. There's other hedge funds besides Citadel. We always seem to forget that there's a lot of other theys in the grand scheme of they. So the other theys don't have sources of income like Citadel has, where they're not making money from the derivatives. You know, there's so much to this, right, ABC? There's so many things to think about in this market. You have to consider everything when you're talking about price, and how the market moves. You have to consider everything. It's so mind-boggling. There's not just derivatives. There's not just, I mean, we're attached in the ETFs to other stocks. Man, I can't. I mean, I feel like I could just like start naming off things. We're tied to commodities. We're tied to just all kinds of stuff, man. All kinds of things you have to think about. And so when you start seeing things happening in the market, you have to consider like, okay, why is this happening? Is this happening for X reason or Y reason or Z reason? I didn't even say W, but you did X, Y, and Z, and then you forgot about W, right? And W's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. It's easy to do. It's really easy to do. It's a very complex market. Mm, I don't know if I've ever pulled that before, Real Rugged. Let me check it out real quick. After I get done with the numbers, I'm gonna do the numbers real quick and we'll pull that next. I usually, so are you talking about the ETF.com? I have pulled that before. Yeah, actually I did. I pull that all the time. I don't know why. I just read the DB part. I'll pull up ETF.com and we'll look at the exposure. Absolutely, 100%. Let me go through here and pull up the data though, and we're going to cover everything. We'll try to go over it all. And if I forget, send me back. Let me update Fidelity. Send me back to. Oh, by the way, I'm going to make a general announcement here, guys. I am cutting the show off early and 3 hours from now. I'm going to cut out at noon. I'm going to take the wife out. We're going to go out to lunch together. I'm going to be done for the day. We're going to be doing our toast together at noon today. And I'm going to cut out. So I may not take a break at all. I mean, I take a break until noon and then just cut the show off early at noon. You guys are going to survive. You will. I promise. I would leave the show running, but I swear, like every time I've done that in the past, it always ends up turning into a nightmare. And I don't know what time I'll be back by. So I would rather just shut the show down. Okay, here we go. Full look. Oh no, I just blinded the crap out of you guys. Sorry about that. Price prediction tallies. Eric is killing the week again. He got a whole 100. He got 100% right last week. He's going for another 100% right this week. Eric's got 3 points for the week, leading the way. Keto and Monty have 2 points apiece, so they're trailing right behind Ray to pick up where Eric misses out on. I'm trailing the pack. I'm the donkey. It's me. I'm the I'm the Moto. My price prediction for the week or for today is 14 to 17. Eric has 15 to 18. Let me just make sure that's right. Did I change his numbers? That's not right. He has 1450 to 1750. Hold on a second. Okay. Keto has 1513 to 1813, and Monty has 1444 to 1744. Those are the price predictions. Most of us, Keto's the only one that's a little bit on the high side there at 1513. Anything over 1750, and he'll be the sole winner for the day. Moving down to short exempt volume, guys. Really big, huge difference. We had 400 and like what was it? 440,000 shares in short exempt volume with SSR tripped and 10 million more in volume. So we lose SSR, we lose 10 million in volume yesterday, and we dropped our short exempt volume from 440,000 shares to 40.3 thousand shares. Massive, massive drop. It's insane. You can see how many shares they start printing off when and how bad they need liquidity when when SSR is tripped and the reg show is in place. Utilization currently at 100% still, day 22. Day over day price increase, we had a 1.18% increase in price yesterday. Let's take a look at the off exchange. I would expect somewhere around 43% in the off exchange and the EDGX to be about 10 or 11%. Wow, that is super high. Is that really our numbers? That can't be our numbers. Let me update that again. Okay. 310. It says 310, 949. I'm showing 49% in the off exchange and 13.12% in the EDGX. High amount of off exchange. Normally around 43% at this time. 49% is usually what we see around 10 a.m. Very, very interesting. Vortex finally reporting some of the numbers they weren't reporting earlier this morning. Currently, they're showing 283,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day. The last number that I saw yesterday was 669,000 shares having been borrowed, but I didn't update it towards the end of the night, so it could have changed a little bit. But it does, on loan amount does suggest that there was at least one, very close to 1 million shares having been borrowed day over day, so that's probably pretty close. What does this put our short share interest of the free float to? 20.76%. Heading to the top right-hand side of the page, because 13F filings don't necessarily occur until certain periods of the time of months. Not like that. But currently it's showing 187.9 million shares. And if I go ahead and refresh this, let's see what their period of the time of month is now. It probably isn't going to get much change. We'll see some more change to this value, the institutional long reporting amount, when we get more 13Fs in, which will be later on. We're going to have like a couple weeks here where it's just going to sit idle. It may only be a week long. It might be a week or two. It just depends. Somebody was asking something about Max Payne. Max Payne is currently 17 today. It was 18 on Monday, 17 Tuesday, and 17 Wednesday, and now 17 again today. And taking a look at the options. Highest amount, whoa, very, very, very low option volume for the calls this morning. Currently, the highest amount is at, by a hair, a $16 strike price. That's where it was yesterday. The runner up to that is $16.50. It's really close. But at $16, there's 1.9 thousand contracts. Normally around this time in the morning, I would expect 2.5 to 3.5. Volume on the puts, highest amount of volume currently at $15.50. $15 was the high price yesterday, so it's up half a dollar. There's currently 3.8 thousand contracts. Lost my pen. Let's see here. Moving on. Let me move a couple screens here. Now, this is where I said I would show, I believe it was ABC, something on Ortex. Let me show that real quickly with, share it with you guys. Trying to remember what it was. We were talking about utilization. Oh yeah. I remembered. On loan amount versus exchange reported short interest. And I'm going to zoom in specifically right on what happened in November. And this is me telling you, this is me trying to explain to you why or how I can prove that long institutions are trying to make money on the front side of the squeeze. This price movement downwards right here that we saw was institutions selling shares back into the market. Why? On loan amount had dropped so far down that it was almost exactly the same amount of on loan shares as there was short interest. Short interest is loaned shares. So the only money being made by institutions, long institutions, would have been off the options, and that's it. And they wouldn't have been making any money on this, the gap in between. All this area in here in between the on loan amount and the short interest, those are profits by the institutions. So what do? Look at the gap now. What do they do in here? They sell shares off. Guess what? Just before they sold shares off, somewhere around, I think here, I'm kind of guessing from memory, somewhere right where that line is right there, hedge funds had actually started taking long positions on AMC. They did. So did I say long institutions? Hedge funds. Hedge funds started taking long positions on AMC and reducing the amount of short interest that they had. You can see the reduction right here, driving down. So long institutions sold shares back into the market to drive the price down, causing loans by the hedge funds to keep the price from rising too much as they bought shares on the market. Of course, what does that do? Causes more lending because of short interest. They're going to start taking out short interest as price is moving down because they want to make money. Everybody wants to make money as price is moving downwards. So they're opening up more short interest, and you can see short interest starting to drive up here. Man, this is starting to look really confusing in here, isn't it? Do you see what's happening? Long institutions are making money now. Where it started to dry up, the money started to dry up in here. Now they're making money again. There's a separation between on loan amount and short interest. So now they're making money again, and it's a lot. It's a lot. It's way up there. But you're starting to see short interest dropping. Why? A lot of times short interest drops just before a run. And the reason for that is because anybody who has short interest and they know a run's coming wants their short interest off the books. Very similar to what you saw back here. Because in my opinion, hedge funds were going to let the price run right back in here. Long institutions stopped the run from happening by selling shares back into the market. Shares that they had on loan. They sold shares that they had on loan back into the market, causing this price failure. So if I ever say this, if you ever hear me saying that long institutions are not on our side necessarily, they're not. They're here to make money. They're here to make money 100%, and they don't care one way or the other whether we're making money. So this is why I think playing the options is kind of a very tricky thing, and unless you're consistently winning in the options or the derivatives, you just shouldn't be playing them because they're taking your money more than likely. They meaning long institutions, because they're making the bets against you. And then they're controlling price to meet max pain, and then you lose. Utilization currently at our 22-day run. Here it is right here. On loan amount driving up day over day, just a slight bit from 128.4 million to 129.2. That's 0.8 or 800,000 shares on loan extra. Of course, when that goes up, you're going to see the on loan average age per day kind of go sideways. Sure enough, there it is, kind of going sideways. And your short share interest of the free float driving down, which is not usual. When you see a divergence on loan amount and short interest, squeeze is coming. Some kind of price increase is probably coming. See the dip in short interest right here? On loan amount didn't increase though. Trying to look for an example to show you where I see that. Might be best in January. So this is probably the best place in January to show it to you. Short interest actually drove down a lot right there. This is actually a really poor example to show you, but you can see short interest driving down way, way, way down compared to the on loan amount, which is still driving upwards. But for the most part, on loan amount and short interest tend to stay in line with each other. But when they start diverging, that's when you're going to see some type of change. And that's what we're seeing currently. One's going down, one's going up. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not on the list, nor GME. AMC in 25th position with 64% buys to 36% sales. That's good numbers. I do not see GME on the list. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. $14.14 is trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day. As of earlier this morning, I only see returns on shares. So far for the day-to-day, they've only borrowed 1.2 million shares compared to the 3.35 that they borrowed yesterday. 4.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 32.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Batman. Wait, what am I doing? Go to the right one. NASDAQ is down 0.98. Dow Jones is down 0.53. S&P 500 is down 0.67. The market is declining over advancing with 4,600 decliners to 2,835 advancers. The VIX is down 0.46. IWM is down 0.58. Tesla is down 2.36. Amazon is up 5.71. Cinemark is down Amazon up 5.8 with a 20-to-1 split. Cinemark is down 0.55. Doge is down 2.98. Bitcoin is down 5.52. GME is down 3.98. Hood is down 3.26 and AMC is down 1.94. $4 million more difference in outflow than inflow with more outflow. 7.08 million shares having been traded so far. Let's figure out what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 55.3 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I said somewhere between 10 and 30, which will probably be the case unless there's some kind of unforeseen run in the middle of the night, or the middle of the day, I mean. What's next? Oh, yeah. On the daily interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling. No, wait. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with the RSI of 39.53. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.46. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.69. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.62. There was one other thing I was going to talk about. I said I would talk about it after I got done. I got the Ortex one done. Please, somebody help me to remember what the other item was because I said I was going to talk about it and I don't remember now. It's a possibility, Justin. When I was coming up with my price prediction for the day, I included it in there, so I did 14 to 17. Bird Eye says from October onward, all websites like Yahoo Market Beat all remove their listing of short share holders and sells, all removed from sites. Oh, thank you, Jana. I appreciate it. I can't wait to see it. What was it I was supposed to talk about? Rimtac sending me an IM. Okay, I'm checking. Holy moly. I really don't understand why this happens. For some reason, I don't have it. I'll have to give it a few minutes, Remtech. Oh yeah. Thank you, Rugged. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for reminding me. ETF database. Let's check it out. I'm actually on the ETF.com, so I didn't go to ETFDB. We could. I don't. I think I. Let me just check it real quick. Hold on a second. I feel like I prefer one over the other. Yeah. See, I don't like this one as much because it's just not like it's not clean. This looks like the same thing though, almost. I know every time I go to check this out, every single time end up on one of them and hating it because it's just not as friendly as the other. And I'm pretty sure it's ETF.com that I prefer more. See, like, that is not what I want. This is just not very friendly. All I had to do over here was type ETF into, or the AMC ticker into this one, and it just immediately pops up, and it's like really super friendly, and it looks almost the same as the other one. So this is the one I use. 71 ETFs are held by AMC. 38.4 million shares are in the ETFs. The biggest holders IWM, and SFYF is the largest allocation. So ETFs with the most AMC exposure, you have SFYF with 5.94%. Meme has 3.97. Buzz has 3.17. IEME has 1.15 and IWN has 0.69. ETFs with the most AMC shares, you got IWM with 11.79 million. This probably is a number that I should. You have to go to tool. All right. Exposure tool. See how less pretty this is? This ETF DB, I feel like it's like, to me, this is like what it's like to look at TradingView. Like it's just so not friendly. It's not pretty. It's not well laid out in my opinion. I really enjoy this layout over here so much better. You can see top performing ETFs with AMC, top ETF strategies using AMC. I mean, there's just so much. I feel like this information is just so, um, dare I say, robust. I hate the word. I hate it with a passion, but I just feel like it's so much more robust. It's just my opinion. But you know what's funny though, Rugged, is that every single time I try to go to this website, when I don't have it in my list of things that I keep open, at least I don't think I do. Let me see. Or do I? No, I don't. Every time I go to look at this, I end up pulling up, I just type in ETF holdings or something like that into Google, and the one that it gives me is the ETF DB, and I get in here and I go like, this is crap. It looks like crap. I know there's another website. So yeah, I prefer this ETF.com. I think it's just so much cleaner looking, and I don't know. I prefer it more. And then it even gives you like an ETF.com insight, which basically like gives you like a breakdown of everything that's out there. Like this part right here. Additionally, AMC is a favorite stock for vanilla and multi-factor ETFs. It is also most likely to belong to a broad-based ETF. The best performing ETF in the past 12 months with AMC as a holding is iShares Morningstar Midcap Value ETF IMCV with a return of 18.74%. Like, I think that's cool. That's awesome, man. It's to me, it's great data. Apple's acting like AMC right now, huh? Ooh, Justin, I had a problem with AMC's app for a while. I was really disliking their app, and it seemed to have cleaned up a little bit, so I'm all right with it now. I'm gonna have to go heat up my coffee. Real rugged, I feel like you're trying to get me to see something specifically, though. Was there something you wanted me to point out there? Because I'm a little dense. Point me in the direction. Just point me at it, man. Thank you. Thank you, James. It is refreshing. Yes. Okay. James, I appreciate that. Coffee's robust. Yeah, right. It's those key industry words that just absolutely piss me off. I don't know why. I get so angry when people use industry terminology, and then next thing you know, you see it cross industries. You'll be talking to somebody. you'll go for like a year in your business. For me it was semiconductors, and the word is robust, right? And uh, and then next thing you know, the Jana, I'm not picking on you, but the next thing you know, you go to the post office and you'll see a sign that says post office is now more robust, and you're like, no, it's infiltrating into my daily life. And then it's just like you start hearing it everywhere, and you're like, God, what is with these words? How many people raise your hand if you're tired of hearing your company talk about Six Sigma black belt? Raise your hand if you're tired of hearing if you're tired of hearing about black belt Six Sigma. And you know nobody will know who you are. It's okay if you're a high level executive, and you know you know that they're pushing it really really super hard. You can raise your hand. Nobody will know it's you. You can raise your hand. It's okay. Oh man, that stuff just kills me. It absolutely kills me. It's like, you know what? You can preach all of this lean crap all you want, but it's just it's just something that people generate and put together to just try and cause more work for people to do. You don't think I'm trying to do my job the most efficient I can? It's all the loopholes you keep putting me through that cause me to have to do my job with more loopholes. People will inherently find quicker, faster ways to do the work if you let them. They will, of course. Nobody wants to do a job harder than it has to be. But nope, let's have meetings. Let's talk about how we're going to make things more lean. How about we not have meetings and we just do it? Oh, my coffee. I got so hot right there, my coffee lid just popped off. How did that happen? I think I started squeezing it too tight. GD, don't get me started. Don't get me started, buddy. Look, I understand. I understand. It's about sustainable improvement. I get it. But the thing is people. Well, I don't know. We could go in circles, man. We could go in circles. I agree, but the problem is you don't put the small. That's what they pay you big guys for. That's what they pay you big guys for to come up with innovative ways to make things more lean. Causing the little guys to have to take those courses to try and be a part of making something more efficient. Um, Crap. Maybe I'm just old and grumpy. I don't know. I'm probably just old and grumpy. 6S, just do it. It's called a rifle shot. Uh, I know, man. I know. I know. Shame on me. I know. It got cumbersome though, GD. It got cumbersome because I felt like I had better things to do with my time than wasting it on sustainable improvement and lean. Uh, you, you take the class and they want you to come up with something how to make your life. Oh, well, I figured out that I could brush my teeth in the shower in the mornings and get ready faster. Congratulations, you're certified green belt. You know what I'm saying? Like that's that's a bunch of crap, man. It's a bunch of crap. Vic says cold and grumpy is okay. Acceptance is the first step. I guess having an open mind and being willing to listen is probably the first step, right? And I always maintain that. So speaking of which, which X you're trying to improve. Are you trying to guess something, GD? Are you trying to guess something? Because it sounds to me like you're trying to guess something. Speaking of listening and trying to better myself and not being old and grumpy, I reached out to Esther because you guys voted for it. Esther has agreed to an interview. Um, Tentatively, we have planned for next Wednesday. So I will do an interview with Esther next Wednesday. I'm going to submit questions to Esther. If you guys have questions, first off, I guess it would be really important for me to link his document to you guys so you can read it over. Give me just 1 second while I do that. It would be unfair for me to have you guys write questions when you don't even know what the topic is fully about. So let me find that really quick. Give me just a second. I'm almost there. I should have just left it open on my computer. I believe Esther had mentioned that he's still going to be working on this report. So when I do finally find this link here, why can't I find this? While I'm looking for this real quick here, when I was on the Massalorians channel last night, some of you guys or some people had said something about don't kiss the ring. I have no idea what that meant. It sounds weird, but I appreciate you warning me, I guess. So my God, where is this stupid link? Why can't I find this link? Ah, here we go. It was like really close to the beginning. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, I'm sending you guys a link to this. As far as I can tell, it's not. It doesn't have any kind of viruses attached to it. It is a document, a hyperlink to a document. It's a Google document. So there it is right there for you guys. You can click on it. You can read it. Go through it. If you have questions that you want me to ask, I will be submitting questions to him probably this weekend. That's the format I go with on the show. I'm just reminding for all those of you who don't know or maybe you forgot. I always submit questions to the people that I interview in advance. I do not try to surprise people. I don't. I don't want to have somebody come on to the show and have an aha moment. It's not my style. I'm not here to try and destroy people or uh, tear them down or anything like that. I genuinely want them to have a rebuttal to everything that I will ask, and I will ask it up front. So if you have questions and you want to ask them, you can submit those questions to me on either Twitter or Reddit, and I'd be happy to consider placing them into the list. It will be a live interview if you choose to watch on next Wednesday. It will be during the trading hours, and I will definitely entertain questions from you guys, after you hear what it is that he has to say, you're more than welcome to ask your own questions. It'll be his choice. He gets to decide what he wants to answer and what he doesn't want to answer. I'm not going to force him. More than anything, we have an excellent community in this group here. More than anything, I want, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with his viewpoints, I want you to be courteous. And I do not want to see name calling or uh, any kind of derogatory statements. Let's keep an open mind. Let's keep an open mind, listen to what he has to say, and then make our own decisions. It's our choices, it's our money. Um, he's somebody. Nosa. He's somebody who's suggesting that share dilution is um, the right way to go. Hey, watcher, I totally understand, man. Take a break, walk away. You'll be all right. Set your price limits on your broker, and when you get back, you'll feel more healthy, I promise. You definitely feel a lot more healthy than you did just continuously watching. Who said that up there? Michael Stanley, thank you so much for wishing my wife a happy birthday. It's Esther. Elmer. It's Esther. Salty Dog says, I shave shit and eat breakfast in the shower. Can I join? You're certified green belt. Green belt right there, Salty Dog. You are lean. You are very lean, sir. That is incredibly lean. And thank you for making me laugh. You know, Dan, I think the community in as a whole is set against dilution. I think it's going to take a lot of convincing to change a lot of people's minds that dilution is the way to go. It'll take. I can tell you right now, I've already gone down that road last March, a March a year ago from now. I entertained the idea of what would happen if you did share dilution. And I came to a certain conclusion and modified my stance. But I don't want to talk about what my stance is because what it would require to have happen would be collusion on our part, and is not something that we want to do. It's just not. It's no bueno. Um, as far as who's coming on my show, Gary, I have this Sunday. I'll be doing a show, an interview with Froggy Styles. I have to come up with questions for both Froggy and Esther. Froggy is going to be an interview on Sunday, so you're going to see a live interview with Froggy on Sunday. So if you want to get to know Froggy, we will have a live interview at 2:45 Eastern Standard Time. I'm sorry, 3:45 Eastern Standard Time, 2:45 Central. Um, and again, same thing. Respect. More than anything with Froggy, all it is just me getting to know Froggy. I'm interviewing Froggy to find out who he is, what he believes in, what he knows. If you guys have any questions for Froggy, feel free again to submit those questions to me, and I'd be more than willing to entertain those questions. Um, Remtax says, irregardless. I thought I'm pretty sure I said regardless. Did I say irregardless? I thought I said regardless. I don't know. I did enjoy the show last night, Gary. I couldn't stick around as long as I would have wanted to. I think I was there for at least a half hour. Um, Unfortunately, I really needed to go to bed. But Froggy will be here on Sunday, and I will do a rare Sunday. I already told Froggy I like to try and keep him down to about a um, where the heck did that go? Oh, there it is. I told Froggy I like to try and keep interviews 45 minutes or less, but I swear to you guys, every time I've had an interview, I rush through them and we barely finish in an hour, like every single time. So um, it's kind of crazy to me how you can have you can't get to know a person. It feels like to me like I can't get to know a person in less than an hour. Biden says inflation is cost of imposing sanctions on Russia. Next will be a war as an excuse for market collapse that's coming. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Why is regardless my favorite word? I have no idea. Salty dog, I still have what you said going through my mind right now, even though I'm thinking about like 10 different things over here. Compartmentalized in the back of my head is the idea that you're crapping, eating breakfast, and brushing your teeth in the bathroom all at the same time. And I'm thinking, wow, that is so talented. That is so talent. That's just talent. I don't know. I don't know if I would ever want to be that lean, but that is talent. Thanks, Remy. I'm gonna start calling you Remy from now on. I got to start remembering my new nephew's name, so I'm gonna start calling you Remy. I think since I did post that Google document for you guys to look at from Esther, I think one of the things that I would do is historically speaking, I don't know how long all of you guys have been a part of this community. I don't make assumptions, so I try to pretend like everybody's brand new. If you have not been a part of the community for a very long time, do not take the information that is in that document to be the golden truth, as if everything is exactly the way that it's said. And the reason I say that is I'm not saying he's telling lies, but there are definitely opinions in there that from my perspective are complete falsehoods. I remember the history extremely different than the way that it's represented in that Google document. Um, I remember Adam Aaron being hailed as a silverback CEO when he removed the 500 share or 500 million share potential offering from the books. I don't remember if you guys remember that or not, but he was absolutely hailed as a genius for putting the offer out there and then rescinding it. And I had a different opinion. I don't think that he rescinded the offer on purpose. I think he was forced to. I think he knew exactly how many votes he had secured, and I believe to save face, they took the offer off the books. That's my opinion. I don't believe, and he was hailed as a silverback because what happened is as soon as they announced the offering, the shorting of the price of the stock started happening almost immediately because it was as if the hedge funds knew that they had a lifeline on the way. They knew that they had a lifeline on the way as soon as the offering was announced, and they started shorting the stock price down. So my question to you would be is if hedge funds see dilution as a lifeline, then shouldn't we see it as something bad? No, the question, Red Dog, that you should be asking yourself is does he drink his coffee before he shits? That's what you really need to ask yourself. Because the coffee helps you go. Oh, I remember, Sandy. You've been here for a long time. How do you think I've changed, Sandy? I'm kind of curious from your perspective over time, and you're not the only one here who's been here for a long time, but just out of your curiosity, from my curiosity, how do you think I've changed in my perspectives since um, since way back when? Do you feel like I've changed much? Just out of curiosity. I feel like I've been pretty consistent. Man, I'll tell you what, I have eaten crow on a few times. A few times I've definitely eaten crow. I had to walk the plank the other night in a space call. I absolutely 100% had to walk the plank. I got taller. Okay, well that's the chair. It's got to be the chair. My camera got clear. Luke says, Luke, I feel like I haven't seen your name in forever, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Luke. It's not my camera, it's just my internet connection got better. Well, or maybe I did wipe the camera once. I'm against it too, Salty Dog, but I'm I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word, and I believe in knowledge and truth. And you can't have knowledge if you don't entertain new ideas. So that's why I gave you guys the opportunity to decide as a group, were we willing to expand our knowledge? And so we're going to take a look at something from a different perspective. And it's good. It's good to do that in life. It's good to take an opposing viewpoint and either use it to change our viewpoint or expand our viewpoint as to how we currently see it. Super, super good. As opposed to the Batman scene or some kind of movie scene, you like it better, Salty? Dude, Luke, congratulations, man. That is awesome. That is so awesome. You've changed a lot, Casey. Look at your face. More distinguished, I hope. That's funny. Sammy says, "You're a dude, Shaw?" I'm not sure what that means. Thanks, Sandy. You're welcome. I think there's anytime, Nosa, that you see a standard drop in share price across the board, like when the whole market decides to tank, they're going to use that as an opportunity to drop the price down to within SSR reach and trigger it. SSR definitely helps them with liquidity issues in the market. It'll probably happen. I'm a little surprised that the VIX is down with the market being down. Cody says BSTX, the first blockchain exchange approved by the SEC, will be launched this summer. We have to request Adam Aaron to move AMC from the NYSE to BSTX and all the synthetics will come to light. Dude, Luke, you're a graphic designer from home? Man, that's awesome. That sounds like such a sweet job. Congratulations, Luke. That is really cool. I'm happy for you. Sammy says, I thought you were a girl at first until your camera got clean. Yeah, no kidding, right, Boris? Another ascending red candle day. No kidding. I want to touch on what Cody said. The VSTX. I need to do more research on that. I need to do some research on it, Cody, because I honestly I don't have anything to say about it. I really don't know much about it. I am not a crypto buff by any means. About as much as no, I know more about options than I think I know about cryptocurrencies. So, and I'm weak on crypto, or I mean, I'm weak on options. So I'm really weak on cryptocurrencies. So I'm gonna have to do some research. I'm gonna have to do some research about that. I need to look into it before I speak about it. I know that there's some people who are definitely pushing uh, things like I've heard of something called T0 or something like that, which I've heard from a lot of other people is not a good thing. I don't know if that's the same thing as BSTX though. I think it's different. Thanks, Remtac. You know what, Steven, we should take a look at that. Thanks, GD. I'll let her know you said that. um, we'll take a look at that here in just a second. Actually, I'm going to look at it right now. How oversold are we? RSI on the daily is 38. Hourly is 34. That's it's getting there. Yeah, we're just about out on the 30-minute interval. We're at 30.80, and on a 5-minute interval, we're at 40.29. So we're not way oversold yet. Not quite yet. We're still within the parameters. Maybe give it another 4%, another 4% down. You're like, no, no, not another four. Anytime they can get the whole market to bleed, though, they'll definitely use that as an opportunity to take AMC down. Any meme stock. I'm specifically just talking about AMC, but any meme stock, they'll use that as an opportunity. No, there was maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing, Chris. It wasn't T0, it was T something. Gosh, what was it? It was the one. It's the thing that Mark Cohodes is pushing, and I'm not for at all. Whatever that is. I'm not whatever Mark Cohodes is for is I'm not for. Cohodes. What was he called? What was it called? Because it was some kind of token. T0. That's what it is. At the time, Overstock subsidiary T0 was the only platform approved by the SEC and FINRA to deal with in digital securities or deal in digital securities. While now controlled by Medici Ventures, this was a Brian's baby. How would issuing a security token solve things? Overstock paid out its dividends not through the stock, but instead a digital currency security on the T0 platform. This forced shorts to close their positions, thus quickly catapulting a $3 stock to over 120. Why did it make shorts cover? When issuing the dividend, it required every share to be counted. If there were 500 million shares in the market but 2 billion shorted, how do you give out more security tokens than available? You can't. The only option is to buy down the float back to the original outstanding number. During this experiment, Cohodes and Brine made up. Cohodes went long Overstock and now has an ownership stake in T0 and home of OSTKO, Overstock's digital security. Mark Cohodes is vying to team up with Adam Aron, CEO of AMC, to do the same thing. In theory, it would have the same effect as on the AMC stock. However, it is not as simple as that. AMC would have a tough time issuing dividends as Overstock did, given that they are operating at a net loss. Additionally, there are likely restrictive covenants that would forbid Aron from issuing in the first place. There is a solution, though. Adam Aron could go through the debt holders to ask to waive the covenants to issue a special dividend. They would likely accept, given that their intentions are aligned with those trying to keep AMC afloat. I actually don't necessarily agree with that last statement right there. I don't think institutions that are loaning money to AMC to keep it afloat are necessarily aligned with wanting to keep it afloat, because they actually, believe it or not, if you look at the wording inside of the debt, they are some of the first people who get their money back when AMC is dissolved, if AMC is dissolved. So if they're actually banking on AMC, so they're basically collecting interest on AMC, and if something happens, they get their money one way or the other. But anyways, I don't remember what the arguments were to T0 and why T0 was so bad. All I know is that it was being pushed really heavily by Mark Cohodes, and I am not a fan. I'm not a fan. I don't know the answer to that, Justin, but it's not read by much. It's only 0.28. It's a very, very good question, and I think it has to do with there's a lot of market manipulation going on right now. I don't know if you heard about this, Justin, but Fidelity actually took away the ability to buy calls unless you had the money to buy the options or exercise the options up front. That's taking the buy button away. I mean, you can't get any you can't get any closer to taking the buy button away than that, which is extremely interesting. And I would wager there's probably a lawsuit waiting to happen on that one for sure. Remtac, you've been nominated for a weekly ticket, and I have 3 tickets to give away still, and I can't seem to get anybody to want one. So if Remtac, if you want 2 people, Remtac and Rugged, if you guys want movie tickets, let me know. I should say ticket, movie ticket. Let me know. You're welcome, Steven. And it's time to go over the numbers. Let's check them out. starting with the off exchange. An hour ago, we had an amazing 49, almost 50% after like the first 40 minutes of trading. Really, really high number because normally we don't see that until like right now. So it'll be interesting to see if the off exchange has gone down or up. But the ETFs are super, super high at 13.12 as well. In the off exchange right now, tons of price discovery being hidden, which tells me we're buying the dip more than likely. Let's refresh and see where we're at right now. 52.85 and 13.03. I would expect about 12 to 13 on the EDGX, so that's right about where it should be. But the 52.85 is 3.5 points or 3.5 percentage points higher than where I would expect it to be. So there's a lot of price discovery being hidden in the off exchange today. A lot, tons. And considering that we're this low volume, that's very surprising. It tells me something's going on. An hour ago, we had, according to Ortex, 283,000 shares having been borrowed. It's down to 166. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.75. And let's take a look at these options. I'm still impressed with Salty Dog's ability to. It's still in my head. It's stuck in my head. I cannot imagine, or I'm having a problem getting that out of my head. That is talent. It's talent to do all three of those in the bathroom at the same time. On the options, highest amount of volume on the call side is currently at a $16 strike price. An hour ago, it was 1.9 thousand shares. It's now 4.8. I'm just going to call it 4.9 because it's pretty close. We're back on track. We had low volume in calls this morning. It's now starting to pick up. That's where I would expect it to be about right now. On the put side of things, highest amount of volume at a $15 strike. It was 15.5 earlier, so it's moved back down again. 3.8 thousand contracts at 15.5 is now turned into 5.5 thousand contracts at 15. Really close spread between volume on the calls and puts. The dollar spread amount is 15 to 16, which is signaling for a 15.5 close for the day today. Orders by Fidelity currently showing AMC and GME are not in the top 10 list. AMC has moved up to 18th position with 71% buys to 29% sales. So I was right. We're definitely buying this dip. Those are good numbers. Man, I don't know. I honestly don't know how they're continuing to keep this down as well as they're doing. This has got to be really, really tough because we have been over the 70% range for so long that this has got to be damaging. GME has moved up onto the list in the 30th position, and they currently have a buy to sell ratio of 77 to 23%. Trigger price for SSR today is 14.14. Shares borrowed in the last hour. 100,000 out of the ETFs. That's going to put us at 1.3 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday was 3.35. I do want to note that the fee has driven back up again to 0.9. 2.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 28.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 2.18. Dow Jones is down 1.18. S&P 500 is down 1.44. We currently have 5,342 decliners to 2,118 advancers. You know what's going through my head right now? The fact that GD called me out on my lean, my Six Sigma. He's so right. I'm bothered by it. I want to buck the system, man. Screw the system. VIX is up 0.37. IWM is down 1.81. Tesla is down 4.33. Amazon is up 4.95. Cinemark is down 2.69. Doge is down 3.72. Bitcoin is down 6.75. GME is down 5.09. Hood is down 6.32. And AMC is down 5.12. We currently have more outflow than inflow by a 8 million spread. We've traded 11.92 million shares for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oh, shoot. There we go. We're on pace for 45.6 million shares traded for the day today, which is definitely lower than it was earlier, which will continue to happen since most of our really heavy volume comes from the beginning portion of the day. I suggested that we would have somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded for the day today. That's looking to be the case. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.89. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.64. On a 30-minute interval, we have more. I'm going to go with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.39. Actually just changed to 30.6. Almost signaling oversold. I mean, it's just hovering just over the line. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.39. So it looks like we found like a level of support here at 1486. And it does appear that we're consolidating. Let's just check and see how long this run was for. 1021 to 1040, so 20-minute run, 1040 to 11. So we're past the time where I would expect to see a pennant breakout. And we're not breaking out just yet, so I wouldn't call it a flag and pennant situation. Let me just look at this at a larger time scale. Yeah, very similar pattern going on here. The question is let's see, 1, 2, 3. It may have found a bottom. It definitely looks like it found a bottom here. The question is, volatility is super high. You can see that it's trending back towards the simple moving average, or at least it wants to, but there's pressure not to go that direction. As you can see how the price is fluctuating in here, and there's such large candle wicks. Price wants to head back to the simple moving average, but it's getting pressure to not. You know what, GD? I love that you called me out, and I hated it all at the same time. I used to think that I probably would have been a good military guy, but then again, I don't know, maybe not, since I hate the system. My mom says that you learn to work with the system, and you learn how to work around it in the military, but I don't know. Ross, if you respect my opinion is that I don't believe in adding junk into my head. That's my opinion. What I will say is if you want to ask me a question about like what's the difference between real shares and synthetic shares, every single share that you own, doesn't matter if it's AMC or another company, they are placeholders. They're a promissory note of ownership. And what that means is that at some point when you decide to sell, your broker has to find, either if they don't have a share already that they can give to you to trade out or sell, then they have to find one. So they will convert your placeholder into a real share when it comes time for you to decide to sell. So how, whether or not you own a synthetic or a real share does not matter because we all own the same thing. We own placeholders, promissory notes of ownership of AMC shares. And it doesn't matter if it's this stock or it's Amazon or it's Apple or it's I don't care what, pick whatever you want to pick. They're all the same, all of them. When's your birthday, GD? Yeah, I understand what BSTX is. I understand it's an exchange. That might be a thing. It might be a thing, Cody. I just haven't researched it, buddy. And I just, I want to take a look at it first. I don't like to, I'm not trying to out anybody here, but I've been sent things before in like DMs on Twitter or Reddit, and people will be like, "Hey, check this out." I'll comment and be like, "Hey, yeah, that looks pretty cool," and then I go check it out, and I'm kind of like, "This is fishy looking," and then I won't say anything else, and I may not ever bring it up to you guys. And when that happens, it's probably for a reason. It's probably because I did some looking into it, and I'll go like, "Yeah, that's kind of fishy." You know what I'm saying? And I may not choose to say anything, or I may talk about it. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into BTSX or sorry BSTX and see if that's a viable option. The problem that I have, Cody, just straight off the top, I can tell you, is that buy and hold works. You got to believe that. You got to believe that buy and hold works, number one, first and foremost. We don't have to do anything to make this happen. It's going to happen on its own. We just have to believe. That's it. That's all there is to it. Um, if we decide to take action of some sort, we're moving into new territory that we've never been in before, and we have to consider what kind of negative impact it may have. And it's very, very crucial to do that because you have to understand that for every action there is a reaction. So if we move all of our shares into a different exchange, how does that impact us? Is there known um, historical documentation of how that impacts other companies? There's a lot to dive into. So I'm not going to be quick about it. I'm going to have to actually dive into it pretty deep because I have a feeling that there's not a whole lot of precedence for what could possibly happen to us and what the negative effects are. So what you're suggesting, just to throw it out there, I'm not throwing you under bus or nothing, but what you're suggesting is that we should take an unknown and add it into life-changing money and try something we haven't tried before. And I would say that's risky. It's kind of risky. It's not, I'm not saying no, but it's definitely risky. Saturday the 12th. GD, happy birthday in advance, man. Happy birthday in advance. I hope you have a great birthday. It sounds like you're going to have a lot of fun. Thank you for saying that about the Six Sigma. You said I've got my beefs with Six Sigma. Don't get me wrong. I thank you. Thank you for at least meeting me halfway on that. Thank you at least for meeting me halfway because I know I can't be the only one. I can't, I can't be the only one. I refuse to believe I'm the only person in the world that has beefs with Six Sigma. You know what pisses me off more? See, I'm an engineering technician my whole life, right? And you know what pisses me off more than anything? As an engineering technician, I've always purposely worked night shifts, and the reason I love working night shifts is because I don't have to deal with the bureaucracy that occurs during the days. One of the things I hate more than anything is when engineers come in and make changes on Friday at 2 p.m. and then don't test any of their changes, and then they leave it for the people to deal with it over the weekend. Oh man. I There needs to be across the board everywhere, every industry, everywhere. Every engineer out there should never be allowed to make changes on Mondays or Fridays. All changes must be made first thing of a morning, tested throughout the day, and then verified throughout the day before complete implementation of the change across the board. Period. No changes on Mondays, Fridays. Has to be on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and it has to be at 10 a.m. at the latest. There's no reason to submit a massive engineering change on a Friday at 2 p.m. GD says, "Thanks, Casey. We have a babysitter for our 2-year-old for the first time in months. Saturday will be fun." That's so cool, man. If you lived anywhere around me here, I'd say bring the kid over and anytime and we'd be happy to watch them. If you're near me, I'm totally being serious about this. Anytime you need to have, because it is important to get out on date nights. Oh, GD, that is one of my biggest problems with engineering work, period. I hate it when people cherry pick data. It absolutely drives me nuts. You just can't. Oh, man, you have hit one of my biggest problems. I hate it when people cherry pick data. It drives me up the wall. You can't just ignore this data. You have to. It's supporting data. Man, I feel like we're talking the same language here. We are talking the same. I'm going off on a tangent here, guys. I can't help myself. GD's got me fired up here. Process engineering, not mechanical. Process engineering only. I could have done no. I'm not. I tried. I went for the equipment engineering side of things, but I don't have enough schematics, and I don't have an electrical engineering degree. I don't. I never finished. I have enough. I have enough education to hurt myself. Doctor, let me read your previous comment. You definitely need to get on live stream with Massalorian. Your expertise will be very helpful to many more. Need to get you more exposure to help others. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Have you ever got two really opinionated people into a room together before? And I'm not saying that we won't mix or anything like that. I'm not saying that Macedonian is oil and I'm water, or I'm oil and he's water. But when you get two really strongly opinionated people into the same room together, sometimes you get a little bit of rubbing of heads going on, and there's a little bit of conflict. Um, as long as I don't know what kind of person he is, and so the reason that I invited Froggy onto my show first for me to interview Froggy is because I need to know what kind of person he is, and I want to get to know Froggy more before I entertain the idea of going on his show. Now, I've already promised him I would go onto his show because I think it's terrible to ask somebody to come on your show and then not reciprocate because that's what he originally asked for. But I would probably have Macedonian do the same thing. I would probably have him come onto my show so I can interview him, get to know him better, and then go on to his show. Um, I work with people so much better when I have a connection with them, and I'd rather have that connection first than just, um, hey, I'm here to give my ideas and my thought processes and my opinions. Um, but yeah, I would entertain it. Chris says it's not the PEs that scare me, it's the dopes. That's pretty funny, man. What does "don't kiss the ring" mean? I don't get it. I don't know what the kiss the ring thing is. You keep saying it. What does "don't kiss"? You gotta tell me what "don't kiss the ring" means. Yeah, I wanted to shout out to Tony last night, but I just didn't feel like it was the right place to do it. But I did want to shout out to Tony and be like, "Hey, Tony," but it's just kind of weird. I don't know. I felt like I was one of you guys, though. You know what I mean? Like, and I honestly feel like I'm one of you guys sitting here talking to you, but it's always me talking and just you guys typing. But it was fun for me to be on the typing side with you guys last night as they were talking because um, it made me feel like part of the group, I guess. It was fun. I had a good time. I like being part of the group. I I had an opportunity a long time ago in my working career to go management, um, and I went down that road and I saw things that I didn't want to see. And the only reason I'm saying this is because I wanted to just kind of clarify like how I got into process engineering. But when I went down that engineering road, or not engineering, but when I went down the management road, I again saw stuff that I was really, really dirty and nasty and gross and dishonest and unethical. I didn't like it at all. So process engineering, I entertained the idea between equipment engineering and process engineering. And equipment engineering was cool, but I just didn't have the background that I needed. I didn't have any kind of technical expertise that I needed to be an equipment engineer. So I went process instead. And what I love about process more than anything is that it's a world of black and white. It's either good or it's bad. And there are gray areas, but if you depending upon how you look at it, you should be able to see everything from a good or a bad or a black and white perspective. And I love that. I absolutely love that. I love night and day. I don't like I don't like unknowns. Think about this. The one thing that I thought about last night, Doctor, the one thing that concerned me last night was is you saw how fast those comments were flying through the screen, right? You saw how fast it went through, and they were having a difficult time keeping up. What I would say to you is that we have something special here. Don't don't wish for things you might not want. You never know like if I can't answer you guys and talk to you like I do now, you might not be able to feel the same way about this channel as you do right now. You like being, I know, I am a conundrum, Salty. I'm a total conundrum. I love being a part of the group, but I love being alone at the same time. It is very, very weird. I'm a strange beast. Extremely strange. I'm like a cat. I'm like I'm like a cat. I love to walk in and have my back scratched and you know rub around my ears. But you do it too much, and I'm out. I'm checking out. I'm out of here. Just stop touching me, please. You know, I'm gonna go outside for a little bit. I'll see y'all later. I need a break. And I really attribute it to Salty is I attribute it to the ADD, sensory overload. At some point I just kind of go like, okay, it's too much for me. I need to get away. I would agree with that, Donkey Kong. And I love what you said, Remtac. Even though it's got a unicorn in there and some kind of black heart and 100%, I like it still. I'm cool with the 100%. I don't know what the unicorn and the black heart's all about, but I like it. Guys, did I blow past the 10 o'clock? No, I didn't. I didn't blow past the 10 o'clock, did I? And I'm not going to break. I am ending the show at noon today, guys. It's my wife. In case you didn't read the title of the show, happy birthday to my wife who makes this all possible. I'm going to go take her to lunch to start off her birthday. So you guys get to deal with the market being open for the last 3 hours. I'm not going to keep the show running today because I don't think I'll be back in time to shut it down. I'm just going to take off and I'm going to shut it down, and you guys are going to be okay. You're going to be fine. It's going to be okay. An oxymoron? Okay. Yeah, that. I'm sorry, Fred, but yeah. I want my mommy. You guys are going to be okay. You'll be just fine. You guys are going to be fine. It was funny. I remember, um, man, I can't remember when it was exactly because it was probably forever ago. Do you guys remember that day? Do you guys remember that day where the price like started just absolutely massively jumping in the after hours, and I started getting blown up? Like everybody started. They were like, I was getting text everywhere, and everybody was sending me like DMs, and everybody was like, "You got to start the show back up. You got to start the show." It was like a half hour after the show had ended, and price just started launching. What's going on? What's going on? You got to figure out what's going on. If this happens again, guys, if it just starts blowing up, just enjoy it. Sit back and enjoy it. Turn on some Phil Collins in the air tonight, and just sit back and relax. Enjoy that drum beat. Just really just enjoy the moment. Thank you, Joe. I'll let her know. Let me go through and check some of the news that's going on here, guys. Oh, oh, I love this. Yahoo, the very first one that pops up. Check this out, guys. This is great. Yahoo, 22 hours ago. So I should have seen this yesterday, but for some reason it didn't pop up on the news. This is the title. Even the Batman may not be strong enough to save AMC stock. AMC price is down. It must be because the company is not able to recover. It must be because Batman can't save it. Oh boy. And then we have 3 hours ago by the Motley Fool, AMC's revenue explodes nearly tenfold. Let's check this out. I'm kind of curious. I feel like the Motley Fools kind of switched their perspective, and so I'm kind of curious about this. A little weary, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on, Motley? Blockbuster hits are raising prospects for the movie theater chain in 2022 when AMC Entertainment Group reported fourth quarter and full year 2021 earnings on March 1st. Shareholders were pleasantly surprised. The battered movie theater chain saw revenue climb nearly tenfold from the pandemic-plagued fourth quarter of 2020. AMC benefited from a blockbuster hit with consumers ready and willing to pay higher prices for tickets and concessions. I'm just going to scan through this and see if I can't get to the junk. Here we go. But they list off like all these great things, and then they say shares are down anyway. AMC stock is down over 15% since releasing earnings. As you may recall, the company was part of a meme stock frenzy in 2021 that sent shares soaring. It's going to take several more quarters of improving fundamentals to bring it back to those previous highs. Should you invest $1,000 in AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated right now? Before you consider AMC Entertainment Holdings, you'll want to hear this. Our award-winning analyst team just revealed that they believe are the 10 best stocks for investors to buy right now. It's not the Motley Fool, it's the Mostly Fool. They just can't resist. Hey, at least they acknowledge the positives. That's a good thing. But Donkey Kong says we see a reversal after lunch. Fist up, fist bump, man, fist bump. A good one. Markets AMC is gonna run like for the 3 hours that I'm off air, because I'm not here. That was a good one. Salty Dog says I canceled my subscription to the Fool. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You know, I had when I was first getting into this play, or um, when I first had devised an exit strategy by using certain indicators to try and figure out when was the best time to sell. I was talking to my mom about it, and she goes like, "Well, have you run this by your childhood friend Ari?" I won't say his last name because I probably should have said too much already. But she said, "Have you run it by your childhood friend Ari?" And I said, "No. Why would I do that?" And she goes, "Well, you know, he worked for the Motley Fool and dealt with stock reporting quite heavily." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I'm like, the Motley Fool is not exactly one of the best companies to, I guess, have talking to somebody who worked for them, I guess. I don't think he'll necessarily see this as a good play, but I'll give him a call. So I called him up and I started talking to him, and he was very actually professional about how he wanted to talk to me about it. Now of course he doesn't work for Motley Fool anymore, but um, he really didn't want to know my plan. But he told me two things. He said, one, as long as you're not throwing crazy amounts of money at this, to where if you get hurt, it's going to financially ruin you, then you're going to be okay. He goes, two, as long as your plan has an exit strategy that allows you to leave money on the table, then and you can stick to your plan. That was the other part of it. You have to stick to your plan. Then your plan's probably a good plan. But he goes, if any of that's not happening, then you may have some regrets. So my plan actually fits that. My plan fits it to a T. I'm planning to leave somewhere between 15 to 25% of the money from the top on the table. Some of you may be thinking 25%. If you think, and I'm just going to say this bluntly, but if you think you can time this to within something better than 25% of the top uh, and selling out perfectly, I think you might be mistaken. There is no great way to know where the top is until the top's actually happened. It's really difficult to figure out. Super, super difficult. There's not any kind of real huge indicators that tell you the top is that you're at the top. There's nothing. I've checked for everything I possibly could. And if you do find something, let me know. I would love to look at it. But I couldn't find anything. And this was going back and looking at GME and what happened with GME. And then I also went back after I had now did a deep dive analysis, and that's another one of those industry terms, deep dive. Once I did a deep dive analysis into the structure of how price movement worked inside of GME when it had its squeeze, I started to realize that there are indicators that show you when you've hit the top and give you an opportunity to sell on an uptick to within 15 to 25% of the top. That's leaving money on the table. That meets that goal. Now, I didn't know this going into that conversation with Ari. I had no idea. But the goal or the objective that I have using the trading indicators that I'm looking for do meet the criteria. And not only does it meet the criteria, but it's selling on an uptick. That's really huge. On the backside. Selling on the backside on an uptick. That's pretty good. I'm going to check Reddit real quick here. Did Aaron just tweet something again? So March 8th, and I don't think I've read this one to you guys out loud, but Adam Aaron tweeted, Batman is the hero. No, I did read this. I think I read that. Never mind. The most current one that he just posted 1 minute ago. Your replies. just might break the internet. Given your clear enthusiasm and interest in cryptocurrencies as promised, the AMCtheaters.com website now accepts Dogecoin and Shiba Inu for online payments. A special shout out to BitPay for helping us to make this happen. And I'll go ahead and retweet that just in case anybody wants to see it. And it's just a picture of fireworks. I don't think there's anything special about this one. I don't know. Somebody will find something. Dr. Drake, I don't think anybody's responding to you. I'll read it out loud. Do I want to? Let me see. I want to touch on it, Dr. Drake. I want to touch on it, but it's a very sensitive subject matter. Really, really sensitive subject matter. Um, it is a legitimate question. It's a very legitimate question. But what I think is, I think what I would say is this: each one of us has different strategies on how we're going to deal with AMC. Every single one of us. And I think the thing that probably I'm speaking for a lot of people here, and I probably shouldn't be, but I'm going to anyways. But I think a lot of people don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that at all, right? Because the idea is that um, some people want to ride this into the ground if they have to. Some people may not feel that way, but they may not be willing to talk about it. Um, it's putting a lot of pressure on people to come up with an answer that is a very difficult answer or difficult thing to talk about. I'm personally here for the long haul. That's my thought. Um, until I see something that tells me that there's retail selling shares in masses, I'm not, and the price is absolutely tanking, and something, the indicators all show signs of terrible things happening. I'm in. I'm in. Very much like how when I bought in at $14 and the price dropped down to $7, and I thought, like, did I just make the worst decision of my life, or am I going to double down? And when I went through and started looking at all the indicators, I said, no, no, man, this stock is worth more, way more. And I doubled down. Did I sell at 72? Nope, not a chance. Not a chance. Why? Nobody was selling. All the indicators still looked the same exact way as they did when I bought it, doubled down at $6. So 14.85, it doesn't scare me. Does $6 scare me? Nope. Been there already. Done that. Does $3 scare me? Do you know how many shares people could buy at $3? I have so much stuff in this house that I can go sell in a heartbeat. Valuable items that I could sell in a heartbeat. And I will if we hit $3. That'll make me, I will probably be able to double down again on my shares at $3. So I don't see any reason to even contemplate, in my mind, why I would be scared at 1487. I just can't. I can't fathom the idea. We're seeing people hold. We're seeing people hold through this, and we're seeing people continuing to buy the dip. I can't entertain that thought until I start seeing signs that tell me that people are not doing what we say we're doing. That's integrity. Saying that you're going to do what it is that you say you're going to do is integrity. And I see the ape community having integrity. They're holding and they're buying. I'm not going anywhere. It's a savings account. It's a savings account with probably one of the highest interest rates you could possibly ever have. That's just how I feel, man. And not every single person here has to feel the same way as me. There may legit be people out here, Dr. Drake, who have a limit that they can get down to where they don't feel the same way as I do, and that's okay. It's okay. There's going to be people like that, just like there's day traders who come in and buy shares of AMC and then leave as soon as they've had their little run. It happens, and it's okay. We'll be all right with that because I still see the majority of the people buying and holding. Silver Surfer said the risk is falling for the strategy the hedge funds are using to influence you. You only lose if you sell. Don't fall for a market ploy. They want you to doubt this play. I agree. Joe, don't you talk about that. Gary, what are you talking about with the 2 weeks, man? And and that's the problem. If you look at the game plan, if you look at the game plan for the hedge funds, they have two options. One, create boredom to the point to where people leave, or try to move the price down in increments and then continue to create more boredom. But if they get it too low, they start running the risk of major amounts of buying going on. And that's the inherent problem that they're running into. They can't drop this low enough to where they save themselves. It's hysterical. From my viewpoint, that's absolutely hysterical. They're caught in between one of the worst pickles you could possibly be caught. That's probably the wrong term. What's the term? Caught between a rock and a hard place. They're caught in between a rock and a hard place. They're in the worst pickle of their lives. There we go. And it's funny. It's funny to me because they they have the worst choice. They have the worst choice. Do they continue to completely bleed themselves dry, or do they try to force the market down even further, or not the market down, but force the price down even further and potentially cause more buying pressure? It's such a rough choice. It is a rough choice. They're going to have to face the music. The music will stop. Did you see that movie? The music will stop. I don't know, Joe. Last time the lowest they could get it was, I think, $5. That was the lowest they could get it. I don't know this time. I don't know the answer to that. I wish I could tell you the answer. Chris, you gotta keep like I feel like you keep saying that and I have no idea what it means. Yeah, I hear you, Joe, man. Definitely hear that. I totally get where you're coming from. I felt that gut-wrenching feeling when we had dropped from 14 when I dropped from 14 down to 7, and because that was a 50% loss. You're feeling that more. You're feeling more than that loss right now. Price did make it down to 5 eventually, which is more probably a little bit more where you're at right now, but I'm not trying to take away from the pain. I get the pain that you're feeling. I've been there. I have been there. It's rough. You start having thoughts like, did I make the right choice? And the worst part was when I got COVID. Oh my gosh. I got COVID while we were sucking in was it March? I think it was March. I'm almost positive it was March of last year. And I had some depressed feelings about, the stock price and what was happening. And it made me really, really depressed about the situation I was in, on top of just being in a situation that COVID didn't help. And it was rough. It was definitely rough. Ask everyone to say 2 weeks for a yes for you to go on the Massillorian. I'm sure it'll probably happen, Gary. It'll probably happen. You don't have to. We don't have to push people to say yes. It'll probably happen anyways. Gary says I'm still holding 700 in dimes, waiting for 1425. Just remember the rules, guys. The rules are the thing that's probably more important than anything here, right? I can't stress the golden rules. Only buy shares with the money you don't need in the foreseeable future. If you need that money in the future, don't spend it on the shares. I know it seems really enticing, but if you need that money, hold on to it. There will be other people who can buy. And I know it seems really enticing to buy those shares, but it's going to make you emotional. Emotional when you need that money later and you don't have it. So hold on to the money. Rule number 2, buy and hold. Why? That's what makes this whole thing works, because of buy and hold. Rule number 3, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after hour trading. Cash account, no margin accounts. Why? Because margin accounts can get wiped out, and pre-market and after hour trading are probably some of the biggest moves that we ever have in this stock. Any stock that has a squeeze. And the chances of you needing to sell during that period of time is huge. I know I've talked about this before, but sometimes I don't bring it up enough. Having that ability to trade in the pre-market and after hours is absolutely crucial. Super, super crucial. And MCon's right. They are going to drop us like crazy once this runs up. That will probably be the kitchen sink. I mean, let's just go through it real quick. I'll put it up on the screen. I love putting this up on the screen. It's the GME model. You want to know how it's going to work, how it's going to play out? This is it. Look at these price swings in here. On 122 to 125. Actually, let's start back here. On 122, Price was $54.47. By the 25th, the price rose up to $136. The same day, the price dropped from 136 to 65.01. Now think about that for a second. For every single one of you guys right now who's got a 50% loss on your account or more, dropping from 136 to 65, it's the same thing. You've already lived through it once. You shouldn't feel crummy when you see it go from 136 to 65. You've been there. You've done that. It's old news. It's a 52.2% drop. It ain't nothing. It's hamburger meat. Get you some salami. Because guess what? The same day it dries back up to $159. Same day. And then again, on the same day, it goes back down to $61, and they let people just sit there on that. They let it sit there on $61. They close out the price at 61 bucks. They run it up twice, bring it back down, and let people sit on that and just fester. Oh, you think it's hard now? You wait till we start moving up in price, guys. It's going to be a different kind of pain. It's going to be a completely different kind of pain. But guess what? 2 days later, from 61 up to $366, almost a 500% gain. Those are the kind of things that you have to look forward to. Those are the tough choices. Those are the real tough ones. That will be the kitchen sink. 136 to 65 to 159 to 61. 2 runs in a single day. Can you stomach it? Can you watch your account go up double and then back down to where it was twice in one day? And still continue to hold and know that there's more? That's what you got to look forward to. That's the Hamburglar. What are you, Gary? What are you talking about with the phones? Mm. Yeah, they've seen this coming, but I don't know that they have any other. Well, I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they have to throw at us. We'll find out. I can tell you this though, Doctor. I don't believe that they can change the algorithms. I've got enough of an engineering background to know that if there's one thing you don't do, you don't ever mess with algorithms. You can do fine-tuning adjustments, but you don't alter the algorithms. If you do, you're risking financial destruction. I remember the Hamburglar. Oh, I do want to say one more thing too. Um, yes, that's exactly right, GD. Yeah, it'd be like turning on a side rocket booster and just watching that thing just drive into the ground. I vaguely remember the Hamburglar and the phone. Man, it's been too long. It's 11:05. It's time to go to the numbers here. I'm like just saving myself because it's been too long since I remember. I don't remember the Hamburglar well enough to remember the phone and the dimes. Let me refresh Fidelity. All right. Off exchange. Super high numbers today, guys. 52.85% on the off exchange and 13.03 as of an hour ago. Let's see where it's at now. 52.79 and 13.54. Both numbers are over the 30-day average. What is that at total? 65, 66.23, 62.3% total volume so far into the dark pools. An hour ago, there was 166,000 shares having been loaned. It's dropped down to 50,000. And we're currently at estimated current short share interest of the free float at 20.74%. Taking a look at the options. You know, I need to ask you guys, maybe I'll put it up as a poll or something. I feel like you guys can't read the information on the screen here, especially for you mobile users, because I think I was watching it on my phone the other day, and I want to be able to make it so that you guys can see the information. I'm not sure if it's just good enough to hear me calling it out. So I don't know, maybe we can talk about that a little bit here in a minute. For the call options at a $16 call price, we have our strike price. We have 4.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 5.7. On the puts at a 15.5, so it was 15 and now it's back up to 15.5. On the puts, there is it went from 5.5 thousand contracts to 10.1 thousand contracts, which almost seems like they bought in the money puts, and almost like they doubled the amount of puts that they were going to buy, as if they're expecting to run this down further. I would have to check and see what the expected price would be to gain money on this, but that's what it's looking like right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC coming in at 18th, which I think is where we were an hour ago. We have 75% buys to 25% sales. That's really strong buying pressure. GME is coming in 30th position with 79% buys to 21% sales. The dip is being bought. This goes back to what I was saying. We're buying these dips and we're holding. And it's incredible. I love it. I love what I'm seeing by retail. We're tired of this shit. We're not going to stand for this anymore. I love it. It's great. No new shares bought in the last hour. 2.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 28.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. You know what? If there's anybody draining the swamp, it's us. NASDAQ is down 1.98, Dow Jones is down 1.13, and the S&P 500 is down 1.31. The market is declining over advancing with 5,220 decliners to 2,241 advancers. The VIX is breaking even. IWM is down 1.39. Tesla is down 4.24. Amazon is up 4.86. Cinemark is down 1.68, and Doge is down 4.07. Bitcoin is down negative 6.82. GME is down 4.77. Hood is down 4.31, and AMC is down 4.71. Our inflow versus outflow is a 8 million spread with more outflow. Total amount of shares traded for the day today. This is the important part here. I want you guys to remember. We're trading 18th in trades on Fidelity, and we're staring down potentially one of the lowest, or not one of the lowest, but a low very, very low volume amount for the day today. That's crazy. Looks like we're on pace for about 36 million shares traded for the day today. That's going to be right about the pace that we had yesterday. Yesterday I take that back. Yesterday we had 25 million shares traded. We're doing a little bit better as of right now. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with 38.02 RSI. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.29. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.63. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.84. And with that, I'm going to turn the show off in about 50 minutes. I'm going to jet in 50 minutes from now. We'll do the 12 o'clock run through on numbers, and then I'm going to end the show. The first thing I see when I come back over and I start looking at comments is DJ's comment over here about real or synthetic shares. So let's clear the air. And I'm laughing, DJ, because you're not the first person to ask it today. And of course, I think I know where it comes from, but I'm glad that you're seeking knowledge. And what I'll say is this: it doesn't matter what stock you buy. Every share that you buy, period, through your broker, are all going to be place holding shares, meaning it's a share. It's a shareholder that tells you that you are entitled to ownership of a single share. So when it comes time for you to sell, your broker either has that share on hand or does not. If you sell, they have to find a share to sell the share for you. So regardless of what kind of share you have, when you go to sell it, it will become a real share. Yes, it's a paper trail. That holds true for every stock you buy. Apple, Tesla, Amazon, some company you never heard of before, and AMC. They're all the same. Your broker either assigns to you a real share or they assign to you a paper trail. It's a great way of saying it. Yep, it's their problem, not ours. Because you are entitled to a real share, sir, which entitles you to voting rights just as much as anybody else who has another paper placeholder share. Some people have asked me before, DJ, whether or not synthetic shares can be used to pay off loans. The answer is no. They cannot. A real share has to be used to pay off a loan. They can't use a fake share to say, hey, here, take this placeholder that I have that I got from this guy over here. He just passed me. They're not just passing fake shares around. They're passing real shares. That's why you're seeing a problem with liquidity in the market. And so every time they trip one of the reg show or they drop us down and trigger that SSR, they start printing more synthetics because they need to print those synthetics to give to other people as placeholders so that they can start passing around more real shares again. It's really kind of a messed up process. when margin calls happen, DJ? Hmm. Hmm. So legitimately, DJ, it could take years. Legitimately, it could be today. The question is when is the catalyst going to happen that's going to cause the straw to break the camel's back? And let me tell you, the back is so loaded right now that it's not going to take much to break this camel's back. I don't see because of how fragile the market is right now, I don't see a way to where there isn't some kind of catalyst that has something happen uh, to where we end up seeing changes to price in less than years period of time. Years. I don't know when. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I don't know. But you need to stop thinking about it like that. Somebody's getting into your head, DJ. Somebody's getting into your head and placing thoughts in there that are giving you doubts, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And the kind of things that you need to think about, well, it's your money, it's your choice. What I like to think about is if this is going to take a long period of time, then it's going to be worth prices like Bitcoin or Berkshire Hathaway, where it's ridiculous amounts of money. And the question is if how long are you willing to wait for ridiculous amounts of money? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Not what if this takes years? What if it does? What are you willing to hold out for? Are you willing to hold out for ridiculous amounts of money? What could you do with, well, what's Bitcoin at right now? 40,000 a share, roughly? What could you do with $40,000 a share? And how long would you be willing to wait for that? I've considered a lot of things, DJ, but I always mix in all my considerations, I mix in facts with my considerations. Cody, take care. Don't have a good day, Cody. Have a great day. Alex says the price is fake. I agree. The truth you cling to make you unable to hear anything new. I don't think so. I think I'm actually doing a really good job of displaying that I'm willing to listen to other people. I've extended an olive branch to somebody who has a different opinion in share dilution. So I think I'm doing a really good job of trying to hear others' other opinions or other ideas. That's your opinion, DJ. It could be. It could be bankrupt in 2 to 3 years. I think there's definitely things that AMC is doing currently that I think are really good business strategies to try and change that from happening. So, so one of the last things you probably want, DJ, is to tie up AMC stock. And you know what the hedge funds would probably love more than anything for us to tie this up into litigation. That's the last thing that we really, really want. Because if you really want to add time to this, tie it up in litigation, because that'll add time. I can promise you more than anything that litigation will add more time to this play than anything you can possibly imagine. You know why? Because it involves lawyers. And if you know anything about lawyers, because my dad was a lawyer, they love litigation because they get to charge hourly. They get to charge hourly, and boy, do they make some good bucks. So, yeah, probably not a good idea to add litigation into this. Yeah, I don't think you're looking at the numbers right, DJ. They actually have a lot of numbers out there that they've been reporting on how much their revenue is every year, and how much they're making versus how much they owe. And I think they have longer than that. Well, let's see. If you issue a cease and desist on Citadel, well, first off, you're pointing at one company, number one, right? You're pointing at one company and saying that this company is directly causing us fault or issues, and they're not the only ones, bud. This is retail versus institutions. There are people who are screwing us more right now. I will wager a bet with you that there are people who are screwing us way worse right now at this very moment than just Citadel. Way, way worse. And they happen to be your own brokers. Um, but you don't have to take my word for it. You go out there and you throw a cease and desist at Citadel, and guess what? They'll come back with their lawyers and say, uh, oh, okay, what do you want to prove? Cease and desist what? What are you trying to do? Is it false allegations or is it real allegations? And if it is real allegations, then we have to go into litigation and start talking about what's out there. And now you have a lawsuit. And lawsuit is litigation, and that's going to take years. You have to prove these things first, DJ. You can't. This is part of the main reason why the SEC can't go after them. You have to be able to prove this stuff before you can go after somebody. Otherwise, it's just allegations. Right now, you're at fault for defamation. You're accusing uh, Citadel of something that you can't prove, and that's the crappy part about this. Because I don't necessarily disagree with you. I don't think any single one of us disagree with you here. But the problem is you have to prove it. You can't just walk into a court of law and say, "I think they're doing this." Ah, man, you're gonna get stepped on like an ant. You're gonna you will lose your lawsuit so fast. Your head won't your eyes will still be spinning by the time your head stops. Yeah, I believe that proof exists, but how are we going to get a hold of that? We would have to get a court order for discovery and then prove it. And again, you just don't get a court order for discovery from a plaintiff's side. That's something the Department of Justice would do, the DOJ would do. They would do that kind of thing, not a civil not a civil lawsuit. You already have to have the information from a civil side. You're not going to have discovery from civil lawsuit. I feel like, have you talked to a lawyer, DJ? Because I don't think you understand how it works. Maybe I don't understand how it works, but it doesn't sound to me like you've talked to a lawyer to find out if this is actually a legitimate idea. Yeah, I know. I know, Anthony. Anthony, where were you yesterday? I needed you at the end of the day to remind me to get uh, the turnover rate yesterday. And I completely forgot, man. Until I make it a habit to start collecting that information, I'm going to struggle with that. Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. I'm starting to understand what kissing the ring means. I wanted to say that, Joe. I wanted to say it's so funny. That's so funny. I totally wanted to go with that line too. Hey, I'm not your pal, buddy. Let me tell you something, son. Nah, man, it's my pops is dead. Ooh, no, he actually is dead. But the thing is that I really don't want to tie this up in litigation. It's not something that I would probably entertain. I will entertain what you find out. If you want to go talk to a lawyer and come back and report to us all what it is that the lawyer said, I would love to hear about it. I would absolutely love to hear about it. I mean, it sounds to me like you have a lot of dealings with lawyers, so it sounds to me like you should be able, if you're paying 50,000 a year in lawyers' fees, then you're going to be entitled to a free consultation. So please use the free consultation and come back and let us know what you find out. We're the plaintiffs. You want to do a cease and desist? We're the plaintiffs. That's good, man. Call them up. With $50,000 a year, that's a pretty good salary for a normal person. Not a lawyer, but for a normal person. Oh, you already know the answer. Cool. Write up some documentation, man, and put this out on Reddit. Put it out everywhere. Let us know what the steps are that we should be taking. I think that people should hear this. People need to know this information. What this really comes down to, DJ, and I'm just going to straight shoot the shit with you here, cut straight to the core of it, right? Like, I mean, we don't really have to talk about lawyers. You're frustrated. And I get it, man. You're frustrated. A lot of people are frustrated. There's probably a reason why you're frustrated. And I would look to that to be the source of what it is that needs to be fixed. Look to your frustrations. Find out why you feel it is the way that you're frustrated, because guess what? We're winning. And no, it doesn't look like it, but that's only in price. If you look at the rest of the data, we're winning this battle. And you're frustrated. Why are you frustrated? Did you put more money into this than you should have? And so you feel like we need to get this over with, or you need to find new ways? Because guess what? Out of history has taught us that the buy and hold method works, and that there's nothing beyond that we need to do. It breaks the algorithms. There's nothing beyond buy and hold that we absolutely have to do. It's a known, proven method. Nothing is needed. No litigation, no lawyers, no share counts, no share recalls, no dilution, no anything. It's the most simplistic plan you can have. But you're frustrated. And I know why you're frustrated. I get it. I'm here to tell you, man, I get it. We all get it. Not a one of us here doesn't not understand how you feel. But you need to understand the source of your frustration comes from something entirely different. It comes from your choices that you've made that's causing you to want to try and rush this along. We don't need to. We don't need to rush this. This is true, Space. I get it. I know, but people have made choices. People have made choices that has financially stressed them, right? And even if you haven't made choices, like let's say for example that you only invested the amount of money that you're willing to lose on this in the first place. Let's just say you did that. It's still going to be stressful, right? I get that. I totally do get that. It's a hard process. It's hard to separate your emotions from your money. What are diamonds formed under? Man, you have no idea, Space. You have no idea. You're assuming what I'm going through. You're making assumptions. Diamonds are formed under pressure. There's a rewind button that you can go back and you can watch. I won't say anything else until you come back. No, yeah, I get it, Space Ape. I understand, man. Right? I'm holding my composure pretty damn well, but you have no idea what I'm going through. You have no idea. You're assuming that because my composure is calm, collected, um, that everything's okay. You're assuming that, but they might not necessarily be the case. I've already mentioned before on the show that I may have to get a job. I might have to quit the show and go out and get a job. You have no idea what it's like on my side. But that's because I choose to have composure, because I'm involved in a play here that is life-changing. And if I don't maintain composure, then I'm not going to react correctly. Thanks, DJ. I appreciate it. You know, it's funny you should say that because that was actually recommended to me by somebody else as well, doing the whole Uber driver thing. It's funny you should say that because, I laughed a little bit when that person inside, I didn't laugh on the outside. I laughed a little bit on the inside when somebody said that. And yeah, I appreciate the, the advice. I don't have a floor, DJ. I have price indicator, or not price indicators, but I have market indicators that I'm going to be looking at, which have to do with volume and price movements that I'm going to be looking at that will help me determine where I should sell. Because creating a floor or a ceiling or a target price is how you fail in getting to the top. No, Boris, I refuse to do that. DJ, if you want life-changing money, you have to be willing to have life-changing plans. And a price target or a price floor is not going to be solving that problem. You can't. I can tell you, I'm going to be selling my shares when the market tells me that I need to sell my shares. That's my plan. And the market will do that because if you go back in history and you look, every single squeeze has had the same pattern. Every single squeeze has had the same pattern. There's very, very, very telling indicators that tell you when it's time to get out. And they're day over day volume and dip size over dip size in price occurring at the same time. That's how you're going to know when to get out. It has nothing to do with an exact number. U of M stopped using rats for experiments. Instead, they'll use lawyers. More lawyers than rats. None of that emotional attachment like we have with rats. That's funny. Boris, and I want to touch on what you're saying there. I appreciate the sentiment, and I know that a lot of people would be willing to help me to continue to keep the show going, but I'm not going to go there. It's just not going to happen, bud. I value your trust more than I value the money that you could potentially give me. And the only way that I can gain your trust and keep your trust is to keep those things separated. Well, suck, squeeze, bang, blow is never meant to show us where something is going to happen, right? It's not. It was never meant to do that. So what patterns or indicators are still holding? We have really high short interest. We have really high utilization. We have really high on loan amount. And we also have more buying going on than selling. And volume is starting to dwindle down into nothingness. And that right there alone is massive pressure. Massive, massive pressure. If we have 90%, over 90% of the float owned, they are getting down next to nothing to where they don't have much left to be able to switch hands. That's why volume is so low. Adam Aaron is telling you guys that you've tied up almost 100% of everything it is that they can trade back and forth. That's why volume's so low. And it's going to continue to drive lower and lower and lower the more we suck up. And eventually they'll have nothing left to trade, and trades will be coming in and it will fail. And you'll see a pop. Ross says, Casey, I get the reducing dip size, but with regards to December volume, how do you know it's at the point you need to sell? December volume. I don't think you mean December. You meant decreasing volume. Okay, and with regards to decreasing volume, how do you know it's at the point you need to sell? You need to see day over day volume decreasing. If your day over day volume is decreasing at the same time as your dip size and price is decreasing, then that's your indicator to get out. And I track this on a daily basis. You just don't see it, Ross. I haven't been showing it to you guys like on a daily basis like I used to, because we're not there yet. We're really not at that point to where it's the big numbers are hitting and we need to see these kind of things. When those things start happening, I'll probably start showing it more and making it more of an issue. Um, yes, Ross, utilization is still 100%. So low volume means that there's no shares left to be traded into the market. They're trying to they're trying to they're trying to fulfill orders with decreasing volume of shares that are in the market. And so it's becoming more and more and more increasingly difficult for them to complete orders. Hence the reason for them to drop the price by 10% to trigger SSR so they can create more synthetics. Super, super costly to do. DJ, that's probably like one of the most correct things I think you may have said. I think Citadel's formula is trading 90% of the volume. So for every one retail share transacted, Citadel transfers 10 shares. That, I mean, I'm not going to go with that exact ratio, but you're definitely seeing for every share that we buy or sell, it doesn't matter either way. They're making crap tons of transactions because I guarantee you that we are not trading 50 million shares on average per day because that's what our average 3-month volume is 50 million. We're not trading that many shares in a single day. We're trading maybe 5 to 7 million, which actually ends up being 1 to 10, really close to the number that you just said. So yeah, they're transferring shares all over the place as much as they possibly can to complete orders and keep the flow continuing. That's liquidity. As the liquidity dries up, big problems. No liquidity, and the price can just start moving up. My dad, being a lawyer, Chris, used to tell a joke. What's the difference between a lawyer dead on the road and a snake dead on the road? Skid marks. I don't know why it's so funny when I say it's funny to me. It's probably like the worst joke ever. Like you guys probably aren't laughing, but to me that's a funny joke. I love that joke. It's just because my dad used to tell it. Somebody said something in here I wanted to touch on. Remtac just pooped on my joke. Okay, Ross said, thanks, Casey. Could you explain that SSR trigger you just said? So, um, Ross, I'm going to give you some reading to do, if that's okay. I hope you're all right with that. I know it's not everybody appreciates reading, um, but this is really good stuff, and I really would hope that you would take the time to read this. Uh, but True Demon does a great breakdown, way better than I could possibly ever even dream to try to explain it. He does an awesome job of breaking down to you about what Reg Show is, why it works, and why they do what it is that they do. The link that I just provided right there for you is a link that will take you to uh, his explanation of what it is that happens when Reg Show is tripped. And I would just encourage you to read that and try to understand it. It may even take you like 2 or 3 read throughs, but it's great information. Really, really good information. Anthony, I know where you're going, man. I know where you're barking up what I think might be the right tree, but you know, first off, I'm going to say this, Anthony. We've taken apes themselves have taken it upon themselves to try and figure out how many shares people had, and they got less than 10% of the population of shareholders to respond. What it is that you're asking to have done means participation, number one. Number two, um, we couldn't even get people to count their votes, man. We couldn't even get everybody to count their votes. It needs to be simple. KISS. Keep it stupid simple. Buy and hold. It doesn't need to be harder. You're barking up what I think might be the right tree, but it would take a lot of people. It would take a lot of people. I think you should avoid it. Salty says, I have some of my shares with Fidelity. Do you think the shares are actually at Fidelity, or does Fidelity just make a ledger mark and not really have any shares at all? Um, I don't. If you believe that there's as many shares as I believe that there is that are out there, Salty Dog, probably most of us have ledger marks, if not all of us. I mean, we all do. No, let me rephrase that. We all have ledger marks. Um, the institutions only have what they have. It's hard to say, but it's not your. I like what somebody else said earlier. It's not something that you have to worry about because your ledger mark entitles you to a share. Period. End of story. You are entitled to a share. So it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter which broker you're with because every single one has to treat that ledger mark as a share. Duncan says, what do you call 100 lawyers on the bottom of the sea? A good start. What's the difference between a lawyer and a hooker? Um, a hooker can. Oh, okay, I was gonna guess. I don't have to. Here we go. The hooker you screw for money. The lawyer screws you. I really wish my dad was here to see this, guys. I really wish he was. He would. I'm pretty sure he'd enjoy this, and he'd be laughing right along with you and telling jokes as well. Ross, that's what I'm here for, man. It's a learning channel. We all get to learn together. I can't wait to see it, Doctor. I really am starting to enjoy Bigham's a lot. A lot. I really see eye to eye with a lot of things that he says. I do think that it'll help us, DJ. I really do think it'll help us. Yeah, Anthony, that's a great. You see where I'm going with that? What you just said. Like I haven't even gotten my NFT. I haven't even gotten my I own AMC NFT yet. That's how I was actually waiting. I didn't want to say it. I was waiting for somebody to ask me, how do you get your I own my NFT? I was waiting for somebody to say it so that I could say, hey, you know what? I haven't gotten mine either. Let's do it together. I was waiting for that, but it never happened. And but you know what? What did we have? Like 600,000 of those NFTs making out or something like that? Dude, what? We have 4.1 million people and only 600,000 or less. I think it might even been less than 600,000 people picked up their I own my AMC share NFT. That's free. I mean, it's weird. It's weird, man. The participation levels are just really, really low. So you have to take that into account. Fred, they have to run into the ground. The money has to come from someplace. Our money doesn't just come from thin air. It comes from the rest of the market. So they have to run the market into the ground in order for us to get our money. Chris, I don't know if I want to read that one out loud. Ooh, it's a good one though. You're right, Anthony. He did hand it to us on a silver platter, a gold platter. He handed it to us on a gold platter for free, and that's all that claimed. Einstein, that's correct. We looked at those reports, their financial reports, not too long ago. They're pretty abysmal looking. In fact, I'm pretty sure the AMC Bigham's reported on it. Wait, I feel like I'm missing the other half of your joke. Oh, that is the other half of your joke. Oh, that's funny. What do you call a lot lizard with a mattress strapped to her back? An owner operator. I don't feel like it is Björk. It's 4 million and you got like what did 2 4 6 8. Yeah, you got 1/8. You got like 1/8 of the population. Actually, it's less than that, right? I mean, think about it like this, Björk. There's more than 4.1 million. Let's be honest here. There's more than 4.1 million institutional investors, right? You know that. It's just that's how many are eligible to vote. So if there's only 4.1 million eligible to vote and we only got like 600,000 people out of the 4.1 that are eligible to vote, but there were more that could have gotten it, then just that, like, it's low numbers, man. It's low numbers. It's not good. It's not good enough participation from the community. But see, the thing is, you're here and you're participating in what you feel like is a bubble of people, but it's small. It's really, really small. There's people who are holding shares of AMC and they don't even know what it is that they're holding. They're holding shares of AMC and they just know that a coworker told them that they needed to buy AMC shares and they're just holding on to it. That's it. That's all they know. They don't go online to go see what's happening with AMC. They don't go onto YouTube channels to see what people are saying. They don't care. They're just holding on to it because that's what somebody told them to do. You're right, Fred. It doesn't. But it would have shown us that there was more than 4.1 million shareholders, right? Huh? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Jelly bean? Yeah, I threw out that 600,000. I think it was a little bit less than that. I was just rounding up a little bit. I think it was like 560 or something like that. I mean, you could be Fred. You could be. Oh, no, no, I said Fred. I meant Sammy. Sammy, you could be that type of investor. You don't have to be the kind that's, obsessing over this. If you treated it more like a savings account, you just walked away from it, never looked at it, you might actually do better. It might feel better. You might be mentally healthy about everything that's going on. But I do think that there is a level of participation though that goes into owning AMC shares as well, where it's like, being informed about what's going on in the community, and perhaps like, when it does come time to vote on shareholder things, there is some level of participation that should be higher than just owning and that's it. GD, take care, man. Anthony, I'm not discrediting what you're saying, dude. I'm not, but I'm telling you that it's it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? Like if you really sit down and you start thinking about what if you think about what it would take to actually have happen what it is that I think you're thinking could happen, you need more. You need more than just um, you need more than well, you would need 4 million. You'd need 4 million, but you're not going to get that participation. You might get lucky to get 10,000 to participate. Ryan says, "How can we use Putin to bring MOASS? As the saying goes, the enemy of thy enemy is my friend." And man, I don't. Oof, boy, you're playing with fire right there, Ryan. I mean, I do you see where you guys are going here? You're slipping down a slippery road here, and you're making it sound
That was easy.
like it was easy. I'm like, well, hey, let's just call Putin up and see how we can get this thing started. No, you know what I'm saying, Ryan? I mean, it's funny. I hope I'm taking what you said as a joke, but it is funny. Look at the AMC subreddit, 400,000 members. That's less than the NFTs going out. Also, it was an NFT uh, per ticket, right? No, it's per person. Oh, right. No, yeah, it was the NFTs for like Spider-Man and stuff like that. Yeah, it was per ticket. It was per. Ooh, it was per investor per ticket. And the I own AMC NFT was just one per investor. Guys, it's the last time for me to do the numbers, and then I'm going to end the show for the day today. I'm going to leave a little bit early, taking the wife out, and we're going to have a birthday lunch and have a good time. So I'm going to run through the numbers one more time here and then wrap it up. Um, so let me just refresh Fidelity. And I just want to say to I guess specifically I'm gonna point out DJ. You know, I appreciate the things that you said today, DJ, and even though I don't necessarily agree with everything that you said, I get the frustration, man. I really do understand the frustration. You gotta believe me. You you gotta believe me that I understand. But it's not gonna help anything, the frustration. It's just gonna make you feel worse. You gotta figure out how to make yourself feel better because this play isn't gonna be based off of feelings. It's gonna be based off of trying to analyze and understand how the data is working, and that's really where you're going to get your power, your strength from, and your motivation to continue forward. You got to find your strength from the things that are healthy for your head. And if that means taking a walk or stepping away or maybe not listening to some people who have things to say that are putting things into your head that are causing you to have negative thoughts, then avoid those people or go take that walk or do whatever it is that you need to do, but you got to be right in your mind first. Off exchange, 52.79% and 13.54 an hour ago. It is now 53.25 and 13.6. So a lot of price discovery going into, at least at 1.2% of the volume going into price discovery suppression into the dark pools. And then 53.25% going into the off exchange, which is about 2.25 higher than 2.2% higher than normal. Pretty high numbers. On Ortex, they're showing 100. An hour ago, there was 50,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now showing a return of 132,000 shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.73. And taking a look at the options, at a $16 strike price, we have an hour ago 5.7 thousand contracts. Now there's 8.2. And on the puts, at a $15.5 strike price, an hour ago was 10.1, is now 10.4 thousand contracts. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not in the top 10. AMC has been holding around 18th position for most of the day today as it is still, with a very strong 76% buy to 24% sell ratio. GME is maintaining 30th position with 79% buys to 21% sell ratio. So good numbers. Considering that our volume's low and we're still in the top 30 heavily most traded stocks, not bad. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zero. Wait a minute. Hold up. Strike that. Maybe. Yes. 100,000 shares borrowed. Right here, I missed it. 100,000 shares borrowed, and the borrow fee has gone up to 0.9. That's going to be 1.4 million shares. Is that correct? I feel like I already counted those. 1030 would be. Oh, I already counted these guys. I already counted these. I can't count them again. My mistake. Only returns. 2.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 28.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trips at 14.14. The Nasdaq is down 2.13. The Dow Jones is down 1.25, and the S&P 500 is down 1.47. We currently have 5,238 decliners to 2,235 advancers. That is getting really close to being on fire. What I would consider the market being on fire. Yesterday was lit. Today might be on fire. You got to light the fire. The VIX is down 0.28. IWM is down 1.59. Tesla down 5.25. Amazon up 4.4. Cinemark is down 2.87. Doge is down 4.74. Bitcoin down 6.7. GME is down 6%. Hood is down 5.52, and AMC is down 5.03. Wow. There's a $10 $10 million difference between outflow and inflow, with more outflow, with 17.31 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. It looks like we're on pace for about 31.2 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested to you guys that we would be somewhere between 10 to 30 million. It looks like we'll definitely be inside my range by the end of the day today. Super low volume. Super low. Is 1478 one of our new lows? Let me just check here. 1 second. Nope, 1438 was our last low. So we're still looking for either new lows or we need to break past 1653. Really like a hard break past 1653. These are still the synthetic price failure points that we got to. So we may actually go back down and retest 1438. But if they're gonna drive us down to 1438, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that they will push us down to 1414 because it's not that much further away. On the daily interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.92. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.57. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.53. And on a 5-minute interval, we have what appears to be an imminent crossover with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 43.36. So it looks like the next push down is potentially coming. And if I were to draw it out, probably something a little bit along the lines of this. So look for a breakout somewhere between around like 1342 to 1417 Eastern Standard Time. You'll potentially see a breakout. What they really need to do is push this past the level of support at 1486. They really want to try and get that down. It means whoever's in control of price. Who's they? I don't know, but whoever's controlling the price right now, they want to likely push this down beyond 1486. Once they break that level of support, they're going to get down into this box here and they're going to try and probably test and run for that 1414 if they can before the end of the day. And it may end up looking, oops, just drag my box out there. What time is that? That's close enough. So that's kind of where we're headed for the rest of the day. If they do trip SSR, guys, you can expect to see probably a bounce off of SSR. If they bring this price down, manage to get down trip SSR, you'll probably see a bounce up off of it and perhaps finish somewhere 1480, $15, somewhere around there. More than likely. Again, super low volume. Why are they tripping SSR? They got to. They got to. They got to because Ferratu. They need the liquidity. They got to make transactions. They have buying orders coming in and they don't have shares to complete the transactions. They're in trouble. They're absolutely in trouble. I can't say, Red. I can't say. Einstein, I will absolutely let her know that you said happy birthday. I will let her know. I will catch you later, Fred. Take care. Red Dog, I'm loving this volume. I'm actually liking it too. It's the low volume tells me that the spring is being compressed. I hear you guys. Try not to be frustrated. I feel like I'm going to go ahead and end the show with the typical rocket launch, even though it may not necessarily be appropriate for right now. It's just how I like to end the day every day. So I'm going to sign off with the rocket launch and the song, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. You know what time of the day it is for me, because it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is a new day. Find your happy place. Find that stream. Maybe there's a little rock. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your kids. Spend time with your pets. Get out and do something. But whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
You know the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, yeah. We chased our pleasures here,